Szanowni Państwo, Ekscelencje, abonenci, przyjaciele. Mam przyjemność i zaszczyt otworzyć drugą edycję Warsaw European Conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to switch to English now. Every year since 2019, I have given this short introductory speech. While comparing and contrasting notes from previous years, one thing has quite obviously been constant. These last few years have been a roller coaster ride, and the ride is far from over. If one were to write up a Polityka Insight annual conference bingo card, the words polycrisis, change, hope, fear, uncertainty, challenge, and adversity would be musts. A lot of events have occurred over the last 5 years. Numerous elections have been decided, we survived a global pandemic, and are now living in a time of war. The mood is ominous, yet steady. In 2020, I spoke about a decade of uncertainty, and ever since, we have been coming back to the same theme, the theme of navigating in these strange times of change and fear. Last year, we teamed up with the European Council on Foreign Relations and concocted the Warsaw European Conversation. We decided to raise the European flag in the face of adversity and an uncertain political future. Why? Because yesterday, as well as today, and most probably tomorrow, Europe deserves a serious, in-depth conversation, and not least in Warsaw. I know that Piotr is going to reminisce on last year's edition, so I'll focus on this year's conversation. I believe that the title of our first panel, Europe in 2024, A Year of Reckoning, perfectly sets the stage for the rest of the day. We, the experts, the politicians, the media, the informed public, need to face the facts, all the challenges the Union is worrying about, building resilience, strengthening competitiveness, forwarding energy transition, planning much-needed internal reform are still a priority. However, they are overcast by a threatening shadow, the shadow of a power-crazed tyrant, of a war on our borders. And we need to multitask in order to deal with the most urgent and impeding threats, yet combine this with a thought-out, long-term strategy for a union that is, and needs to be, a beacon of hope, safety, and prosperity. Piotr, Henry, Minister Sikorski, dear panelists, esteemed participants, the floor is yours. We know the questions, please give us the answers.
My znamy pytania. Mamy nadzieję, że nasi paneliści, goście podzielą się odpowiedziami.
Thank you very much, Andrzej, and a very warm welcome also from my side on behalf of the European Council on Foreign Relations. I'm Piotr Buras, the head of ECFR's Warsaw office, and it's our privilege to be the co-organizer of the conference today with you, Andrzej, and with your great team of Polityka Insight. When we held the first edition of the Warsaw European Conversation last year in May, the mood in this room was very grim. It was on the day when President Duda signed the so-called Lex Tusk, paving the way for the creation of an investigative committee to reveal alleged Russian connections to the then leader of the opposition. And we were all very deeply concerned about the future of Poland's democracy, about the upcoming elections, and the risk that authoritarianism could prevail in our country. But it is our hopes, not fears, which ultimately came true. There is no doubt that Poland defended its democratic and European choice, demonstrating in a remarkable way that the wave of populism is not a force of nature, and that political determination as well as civil society activism do matter. And I recall this, let's call it, Polish lesson. As today we are looking ahead to the future, which seems to be certainly not less worrying than it was in May 2023. The stakes are even higher today. We are all concerned about the depleted stocks of ammunition and Ukraine's more and more difficult struggle in defense against Russia. We are concerned how European Union could look like after the June parliamentary election. And even more so, we discuss with fears, with worries, how could Europe defend itself if Trump returns to the White House. So 2024 will be a fateful year for Europe, this way or another. And here is where the Polish lesson comes in. The future is still in our hands. Nothing what we fear is inevitable, and it depends on our own decisions and actions, as citizens, politicians, experts, businessmen, which turn history will take this year and later. And Europeans have both time and means to shape its future, to fend off the doom and gloom scenarios which haunt our today's discussion. And my hope last year was that when we meet today, Poland will be free, democratic and European. And our hope for the next year is that we will see each other again at the third edition of the Warsaw European Conversation, when Europe is a safer, stronger and more united place. And I hope that today's meeting of the leaders of France, Germany and Poland in Berlin in the November format will contribute to that. And this is the spirit with which we would like to engage in the Warsaw European Conversation. And I'm very grateful and very happy that we gathered such an excellent group of experts and guests to discuss how to seize the existing opportunities at this crucial moment for Poland and Europe. Let me thank our partners who made this event possible. Our main partners this year are Orange and Airbus. I would also like to thank AstraZeneca, Citi, Handlowy, European Climate Foundation, IKEA, Novartis, Visa, Warner Bros. Discovery for their generous support. And last but not least, I would like to thank our media partners, Financial Times, Stock FM, TVN, BIS, for their support. And now I'm delighted and honored to invite Radosław Sikorski, Poland's Minister of Foreign Affairs, to deliver the opening remarks at the Warsaw European Conversation 2024. Minister, the floor is
yours. Ladies and gentlemen, delighted to be here. Thank you, ECFR and Polityka Insight, for your invitation. And thank you for saying how the mood has changed in Poland thanks to our remarkable victory in October. And by remarkable, I think it's an election that will be studied in other democracies that are either run or threatened to be run by populists. I think we won, as usual, through a combination of factors. The fact that we went down to the small town level, going around state-controlled media and even social media. Mistakes of our adversaries on the abortion issue, rampant nepotism and corruption. The fact that migration this time played to our advantage, and a bit of luck helped. And political competence in putting together a successful coalition. And Poland is back in the mainstream of European politics and hopefully being able to influence the arc of history. We were in Washington with Prime Minister Tusk and of course President Duda at the beginning of the week, and today, as has already been said, it's Weimar Triangle in Berlin. Times are changing quickly in the field of international relations. Truths that have long been taken for granted no longer necessarily hold. To people willing to defend the existing order, and by that I don't mean anything sinister, I just mean our ability to enjoy freedom, free market, making our nations and our families more prosperous. I recommend the old saying by Giuseppe Tomasi di Lampedusa from The Leopard. If we want things to stay as they are, things will have to change. In the US, as you all know, the internationalist Republicans, who were once the bedrock of their party, are in retreat. They've given way or are giving way to either isolationists or those who would like to replace the post-war security infrastructure with perhaps ad hoc bilateral relations. And this despite of the fact that the current security infrastructure was built largely by the United States and its diplomats. Your eminent colleague at the ECFR, Ivan Krasev, in a book that he published with Stephen Holmes, wrote recently, quote, that America is the greatest loser from the Americanization of the world may be President Trump's oddest intuition. But some Americans share this sentiment, and not only Americans. A recent poll commissioned by the Munich Security Conference asked citizens of G7 countries and rising powers such as China, India, and Brazil if we lived in a world largely shaped by Western ideas. Only 12% disagreed. So we do. Although few people in G7 nations said that their countries will be more wealthy and more secure in 10 years' time. So there seems to be a loss of confidence in the future. Asked about the future of the United States, pluralities in all these countries that were surveyed, including the US, said that Washington will become less powerful in the coming decade. Westerners seem to have created an international system that many people, also in the West, are no longer satisfied with. Our adversaries sense this dissatisfaction and want to take advantage of it. Quote, the Ukrainian crisis is not a territorial conflict. I want to emphasize this, Vladimir Putin announced last October. The question is much broader and more fundamental. We are talking about the principles on which the new world order will be based, end quote. The question, therefore, is, where do we stand now, and where do we go from here? Ladies and gentlemen, another quote, the entire edifice of international order which we have been building for decades has just collapsed before our eyes. We are standing at ground zero, end quote. These are not my words. I heard them just a few weeks ago from a distinguished Western diplomat who started his professional career in the 1970s. And I was stunned, of course. He claimed that his life's work, an international order based on multilateral treaties, the principle of inviolability of borders, human rights, and respect for democracy had basically disintegrated. But was he right? Quote, it cannot be ruled out that within a 3 to 5 year period, Russia will test Article 5 and NATO's solidarity, said Denmark's defense minister last month. Another quote, we have a threat level in Europe, the likes of which we haven't seen in 30 years, warned the German defense minister. And he added that a Russian attack on a NATO member could occur within 5 to 8 years. President Biden opened his State of the Union address this year by saying, if anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Russian imperialism and belligerence have not yet destroyed the world order that we've built over recent decades. These are times of trial, not yet of mourning. The institutions we have been crafting for years, NATO and the European Union, need to adapt to the new circumstances, and urgently. Between 1999 and 2021, total EU defense spending increased by 19.7%, which sounds good. But the US increased it by 65.7%, Russia by 292%, and China 592%. This year, 19 out of 32 NATO members, including the newest, Sweden, will spend at least 2% of their GDP on defense. A year ago, only 11 countries out of 31 were in this group. So we are moving in the right direction, but too slowly. Military expenditure by Russia in 2024 will increase to at least 7% of GDP and account for almost 1/3 of total budget expenditure. The Russian economy is already operating on a war footing. European economies need to switch to at least a crisis mode. Europe can be effective. Since the start of the full-scale invasion, the EU institutions and member states have committed $96 billion to support Ukraine, including $30 billion in military aid. On the 1st of February, we jointly agreed to allocate a further 54 billion euros to support Ukraine's reconstruction and modernization. This will bring our commitments to date to over $150 billion, double the amount of support from the United States, which so far has committed 75 billion. European money keeps the Ukrainian state afloat. It allows government agencies to operate, doctors to save lives, and pensions to be paid. This aid is essential. But wars are not won with pensions. We need weapons, which at this time only the United States can provide. We are still counting on American legislators to enable the US administration to do so. Europe must make use of this time to take greater responsibility for its own security and that of our immediate neighborhood. Today, when former President Trump suggests that the United States might not fulfill all of its commitments to all of its European allies, many Europeans react with indignation. But the former president's comments and style can surprise us because he was right in the past on spending 2%. And we think that NATO is not a contract with a local security firm, which makes protection conditional on paying a fee. Let's not forget that Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, which recognizes an attack on one member as an attack on all, has so far been only used once, after the terrorist attacks on the United States on 9/11. In response to Washington's call, Poland sent its soldiers to Ghazni, a difficult province in Afghanistan. Years later, when the mission came to an end, we did not send an invoice. This is not how alliances work, and we hope that this is understood. But Donald Trump was not the first US president to call on Europe to do more. President George Bush, President Obama, and President Biden all did the same. And unfortunately, only some of us listened. Already in 2011, the then US Secretary of Defense Robert Gates said, "The blunt reality is that there will be dwindling appetite and patience in the US Congress and in the American body politic writ large to expend increasingly precious funds on behalf of nations that are apparently unwilling to devote the necessary resources or make the necessary changes to be serious and capable partners in their own defense," end quote. Gates was right. Almost 15 years later, politicians reluctant to see the US assisting its European allies militarily wield larger influence in Washington than they used to. Some claim the US is no longer able to operate simultaneously in different parts of the globe. And instead of stationing its soldiers in Europe, that it should, some say, focus on containing China's ambitions. My own view is that even if you believe this, you can still appreciate that giving Putin a victory in Ukraine would encourage aggression in the Far East, and on probably a shorter timescale. Irrespective of your own assessment, we Europeans must be able to help ourselves and support the United States in providing assistance to allies in need. Let me be clear here. This does not mean that there will be creating a European army. There is no will to create one. But there are other ways of enhancing military cooperation. We could set up a joint rapid reaction force, financed from the EU budget, which is assessed on the ability to pay in proportion to GDP. This would be fair. Second, we can strengthen military mobility in order to improve the possibilities to transport military personnel and equipment. This would be useful for NATO too. Since the start of the full-scale war in Ukraine, we have learned how important this is, that equipment, APCs, tanks, should be able to move across international borders without lengthy procedures, and that the infrastructure should be good enough to carry them. We can make full use of permanent structured cooperation of the EU. It allows member states to work together to develop production capabilities, pull together defense investments, and improve operational readiness of their armed forces. We will not have a single European army, but we can have better European armies, and we can have some European defense capabilities. The modernization of European defense should not come at the expense of our commitment to NATO. We do not wish in any way to undermine the unique role NATO plays in the European security system. Therefore, instead of calling for the strategic autonomy of Europe, it is, in my view, better to call for strategic harmony of the European Union and NATO. Ladies and gentlemen, the post-war international order is wobbling, but it has not yet collapsed. To preserve it, we need to make changes. Evolution benefits those who are able to adapt. We have started this process. It's time we sped up. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Henry Foy. I'm the Brussels Bureau Chief of the Financial Times, and it's a real pleasure to be here this morning to moderate this opening panel. Alongside Radek, who's been introduced, and everybody knows, we have Vera Jourova, who's the European Commission Vice President for Values and Transparency, Stefano Sannino, Thank you, Vice President. Stefano Sannino, who's the Secretary General of the European External Action Service. And Mark Leonard, who is the co-founder and director of the European Council on Foreign Relations. We're going to be talking about 2024 as a year of reckoning for Europe, a year of wobble, perhaps, as well. We're going to be touching on the war in Ukraine, on the European elections, and of course, what's happening in the US. Radek, thank you for the opening keynote. One might think it would be a perfect speech for someone who'd make an excellent European Commissioner for Defence. I couldn't possibly comment. You talked about the need for Europe to realise this is a crisis moment. You talked about a suggestion to use the European budget to fund a rapid response. That's pretty radical ideas. Do you think there's a sense of crisis amongst your 26 colleagues and governments that would enable that, to move the European budget from spending on roundabouts and farmers' subsidies to elements of war?
Well, there is a new sense of urgency. So we had an off-the-record conference call on the Czech ammunition initiative, and I have to say I was impressed. Pledges exceeded what was demanded. So people are worried about how the war is going. And I think we have agreement on the allocation to the European Peace Facility, which we are about to confirm officially. But it's 5 billion euros. It's not exactly part of the European budget, but it's assessed in the same way, in proportion to GDP. And it would have been 20 billion euros had it not been for the opposition of Hungary. So people are finally putting their money where their mouths are, which is a good thing.
Stefano, you've spent a large proportion of the last few months making that deal happen on 5 billion. Do you share Radek's optimism that there is this new, I mean, you've seen the last 2 years, foreign affairs councils, endless co-repairs in Brussels. Have you seen an evolution of this crisis? Is this the year where finally all these things that we've been saying must happen, will happen?
I think that we need to make it happen. I mean, that we don't have a choice. I think that Mr. Sikorski was saying quite clearly in his speech that we cannot hesitate. We need to make it clear that 2014 is not a transition year. We are not transitioning towards a new administration in US or a new commission in Brussels. We need to act, and we need to act now. And I think that somehow if we see both the financial assistance, what we are now doing with the European Peace Facility, but also with the huge increase of military support bilaterally and the security commitments toward Ukraine, it's still part of a very strong narrative that we need to develop. We need to make it clear that we are not hesitating, that we are not faltering, and that we are confronting this permanent challenge that is coming from Putin. So I see that the willingness is still there. I'm not saying that everything is easy and that everything is straightforward, but still I see a very strong determination to move in that direction.
Vice President, you're the point person, if you like, for the European elections this year, which are coming at a really interesting moment, 2.5, give or take, years into the war. Do you see the war and European support for Ukraine as a uniting issue for European voters or a dividing one?
I don't want to sound like some hopeless optimist, but I have some experience with the strategic harmony or disharmony in the EU. We have seen some very divisive topics, and we still see them, be it Green Deal or migration. But I would say that nothing unites better than common enemy. And fortunately, the whole Europe, all the European member states, we could speak later about Hungary, but I don't want to spoil the party now. So, although almost all the member states, they said clearly 2.5 years ago, well, we have, or 2 years ago, we have a common enemy. We have to react because this is existential threat to all of us. And honestly, when the invasion started, I was really afraid of some Munich agreement too, that there will be strong push for some kind of appeasement. Yeah. Because I also saw a lot of naivism or romantic ideas about Russia and even Putin, the ideas that if we make good business with him, he will be disciplined. But very soon, everybody understood that this is totally different way of thinking and that he really wants not only Ukraine, but in case he will be successful, he will want more and more. I am Czech citizen, so you can imagine the instinct which I feel, and how really glad I am that we have not been divided by that, and it will continue. There is such a strong determination, which is also projected in the plans to finance the military equipment, and to also finance our own stocks and increase the budgets for defense. Minister, if you become the commissioner, you could do big things together. But I am leaving.
Just thank you for the sentiment, but as some of you in the audience know, the Polish presidential palace has already excluded that possibility, so let's not go there. But Henry, I just want to illustrate how far we have already moved.
Yeah.
If 3 years ago someone proposed that the EU should spend billions of euros on armaments,
correct,
you would have written an editorial in the FT that this is a crazy fantasy.
Yeah, no, of course. But at the moment, we only have 1.5 in the MFF to 2027, and certain capitals, Berlin notwithstanding, have said there won't be any more. So there is still some way to go. Mark, in your research and your team, what I hear in Brussels is that while there is confidence at leadership level of unity, there are some worries about fracturing societies in Europe vis-à-vis Ukraine. Do you see evidence of that? Or
yeah, I mean, I think it is incredible, as Radek was saying, how much the EU has changed. It's been a peace project for 7 decades, but for the last 2 years, it's been a war project. And a lot of the energy, a lot of the visions have been centered around this question about how we cope with this existential threat. And it extends beyond these incredible changes which have taken place on principle at a national level, if you look at Finland and Sweden and Germany, but also the spending of EU money, but also ways of socializing risk, like the way that we dealt with the energy transition. But I think that we are entering a new phase in terms of public opinion. Putin's definitely hoping that Western war fatigue will be his friend, and that if he can't win on the battlefield, he wins at the ballot box. And I think that's the big challenge for us. The biggest worry, I think, for everyone is not in Europe. It's about what happens in the United States. And that's his big hope, that Trump will return to the White House. But I think at the level of European public opinion, things are changing. I don't think they're desperate, but I think there are some things that we need to be aware of, that public opinion has changed. We just did a big opinion poll in 12 European countries. And what we found on the one hand is that people are quite pessimistic about the war. We've gone from a period of euphoria where people thought that Ukraine could recover all of its territory. Now only 10% of European citizens think that that is likely to happen. 20% think Russia will win the war. Most people think there'll be some kind of settlement. Even in Poland, which is, sticks out as one of the most sort of committed countries, only 17% of Poles think that Ukraine can actually win. But at the same time, Europeans are not in the mood for appeasement. They don't want Russia to win. They want to carry on supporting Ukraine. So the question is, can we find a new way of making the case which is not which does not seem implausible? If 90% of people don't think Ukraine's going to recover all territory, how do you make the case to carry on and to step up European support for Ukraine in those circumstances? And I think there's sort of 3 main challenges. One is the question about whose war is this? If it's just a war about Ukraine, which is how it's often described in different places, then people will tire of it. But I think in the minds of most people around the world, this is not a war between Russia and between Ukraine. It's something which is a war against Europe and against the West as much as against Ukraine. And we need to be clear that it's our security that's on the line. I think the second kind of big challenge is to be clear about what defeat and victory looks like. It's not just about territory. I think the most important thing, which people are starting to realize, even in Paris and other places, is a lot of this is about Ukraine's political orientation. It's freedom to be a democracy, to be part of the West. And that is enshrined in the commitment to enlargement. But I think that's a different idea of what victory is, and also a different idea of what defeat is. So defeat isn't just about losing territory, but it would be about being neutralized, about not being allowed to follow that pathway. And the third big battleground is going to be about peace. I mean, the the danger from Trump and from Putin is that they come up with a peace plan and they pretend that they're the peace party. And it has to be clear that the sort of peace that Trump is talking about is not a durable peace, and it's not peace. It's a Ukrainian capitulation. It's a Russian victory. And we need to make sure that we talk about peace and that we talk about durable peace, and we define peace in terms which are not simply about the defeat of Ukraine. And that is something which we've been slow to the party at. And I think the danger is that people who support Ukraine look like the Forever War Party and that we create a vacancy which Trump and cynical people can try and fill, at least in the eyes of the rest of the world. Yeah. And those are kind of big challenges. But I think if you do that, you can make a new case for supporting Ukraine, which is about putting it in a strong position for what will eventually be a settlement, but you want to make sure that settlement's not on Russian terms, that Ukraine is able to be a strong party when it negotiates its own future, and particularly that it maintains control about what sort of country it wants to be and its ability to join the European Union, to join NATO, and to be a full part of the West.
Absolutely. Stephanie, you talked about not letting this year be a year of transition. From what I hear around Europe, though, that there isn't the military capabilities at the moment to give Ukraine what it needs to make a major military offensive against Russia. And so this is a year where Ukraine has to survive. That's a very dangerous idea, though, isn't it? I mean, Borrell has already said that we're not going to hit this target. We're going to be at 1.4 million rounds a year by the end of the year. I mean, how do we fill that stopgap?
But sorry to interrupt, but the Czech ammunition initiative addressed exactly this point. When we realized, after a year of believing in this logic, that actually there are shells. There is a production capacity for shells. Yeah. It's that Europe is still fulfilling its orders to foreign partners, and ammunition is being exported from the European Union, and that there are shells around. What is needed is money.
Right, but
we have now pledged the money.
But there are leaders in Europe, in other capitals, who don't think EU money should be spent on South Korean shells. And so we have this roundabout debate we've had in Brussels for the last 4
But North Korean shells are all right.
North Korean shells are fine for Russia. I mean, this was distracting, right? I mean, you had this pile of shells that the Czechs have found, and European countries were sitting around thinking, well, should our money be making our defense industry strong?
No, I think that, and I concur with what Misa was saying. I mean, the point is the point of the urgency. For at a certain point, and I think that the Czech initiative was important from that point of view, and it's important to say that we regain the sense that first there are ammunitions around, that they need to be mobilized, that they need to be sent to Ukraine now. That's why I'm saying we have to avoid this feeling that we can relax and then we will start discussing about this next year in 2025 when all this will be done. I mean, it's what is needed now. And that's why I'm saying we need to have a sense of urgency from that point of view. And if we can manage to get there, I think I agree, money is there at the end of the day. I mean, either bilaterally or through the multilateral institutions or through the European budget or to the European Peace Facility. I mean, there is but we need to join all these forces and we need to regain this sense of urgency. And there is then another point which I think it's also important, and somehow Mark was mentioning this, and this is the enlargement component. Yeah. That's the other point where we need to accelerate the process, because at the end of the day, and I agree with that with Mark, I mean, what marks victory or defeat is also about the fact that Ukraine has to belong to Europe, and we need to accelerate on this process. We need to give a clear signal that we are going in that direction, and that is what is going to happen.
Vice President, is Brussels moving fast enough in that track to get Ukraine inside the EU? It seems to be some kind of delay so far this year since they were given status in December.
You mean within the enlargement process?
Correct, yeah.
Well, I think that it goes surprisingly well, but this well refers mainly to the incredible work of Ukrainians. I was in Kiev before Christmas, and it's amazing that under the war conditions they are working on the uneasy reforms, reforms which are uneasy for the countries which normally function in peace. And we discussed the reform of judiciary, prosecution, investigations into corruption cases on all levels, national, regional, local. We discussed about the anti-money laundering rules and many other things. And it was even for me bizarre to sit in Kiev with always ready for some alarm and speaking about this long-term plan for Ukraine to join the EU member states. But this long must not be too long. That's why it's important that this year in spring, the Ukrainians will deliver their report on how they processed and how they proceeded with the reforms, and we will appreciate it objectively. And then we should really start the negotiations of concrete chapters. One more thing, and it's not only about Ukraine, but also other accession countries. I am a big friend of staged accession, because we are looking at enlargement as if it is black and white, binary, you are in, you are out. But there are many different fields where the potential newcomers can be much more integrated, especially into the functioning of our single market. Infrastructure, transport, energy grid, roaming, digitalization, security measures. I think that there are so many fields which will also help the accession process, which will lead to the full membership, because this everything or nothing, this is not a good method in my view. And I can confirm that this staged approach has been started, and for Ukraine this enables quite good perspective also for the time of reconstruction, which is still not here, unfortunately, but we have to get ready for that.
I'm keen to talk about Berlin this evening and the role that France and Germany play in this year of reckoning, if you like, on Ukraine. I'm struck by how, in the last few months, the Czech initiative has really seized the headlines, and the Czech Republic is really leading as a player in that. Obviously, the return of Tusk and your government has given new impetus to Poland's role. Radek, you famously said in 2011 you feared German inaction more than action. That was referring to the Eurozone crisis. Was there a risk that the same could be applied to Berlin 12 months ago, and actually there's been a real shift in the way that they're approaching this war, and Paris too?
Yes.
What? What? Everyone says you should ask direct questions. Well, you shouldn't when you're on stage. Why? And what is it meant?
I think it's structural. It's geographic. Have you noticed how defense budgets increase the closer you are to Russia? I wonder why. Huh?
Though Portugal's an outlier. Apparently Portugal is number 2 for all EU countries in support of Ukraine, public support.
But Germany, I think, feels that they have more time to react.
Right.
Because we are the tank mine.
Do you see the same in Paris?
Well, Paris has now put itself ahead of various initiatives, and I think it's changed the paradigm in the sense that President Putin now has to worry about what our next move will be, rather than we constantly deterring ourselves from what we will not do. And actually, this video conference that I mentioned to you is a result of the Macron initiative, and a good one, I think.
But Stefan, I'm going to put you on the spot here. We obviously see Macron's speeches. You see what French diplomats do in closed-door meetings. Is there always the same message?
Harmony.
Strategic harmony?
I think that the process, it's part of the way we work. So we need to accept also a certain degree of complexity. I mean, but what is important is that we deliver, and we deliver on time. That's why I'm saying, I'm sorry, insisting on this point of urgency and of the fact that time for action is now and not tomorrow. But at the end of the day, all the signals, I mean, if you want, I mean, the increase of all the, I mean, there are a number of elements that have taken place in this few moments. You were rightly saying, Minister, that, I mean, what was impossible 3 years ago has become possible. I mean, I remember that before the start of the aggression, the Russian aggression against Ukraine, we have discussed for months whether or not we could send, we could support on the European Peace Facility a training module for high officials in Ukraine. I mean, something like sending 10 people to give some classes, I mean, in Ukraine. And then after the aggression started, we have started financing. And I want to say it because I think it is important to recall this. When there was nothing after the Russian aggression against Ukraine, there were a number of countries who started delivering arms, and there was the European Peace Facility helping financing this. That was what was done. So I mean, it was a huge change, and I still remember the dramatic day where we decided to. And I mean, the people in the European Action Service were saying, "Are you out of your mind to do this?" And says, "No, go on, don't worry." I mean, the European Council gave a very clear indication. This has happened. Sweden and Finland becoming member of NATO, Denmark rejoining the military structure of the European Union, all the budgets going up. You're right. I mean, maybe we should do much more, but there is a sense, and even the fact that I mean, the defense has become one of the key policies of the European institutions. I mean, this is huge change, and more needs to be done because we need to get into a state of mind. I like the point of everything has changed so that everything stays the same, that we can continue, let's say, fighting for the openness of our societies, but we need to defend this openness. We need to understand that there is an attack which is not only the military attack on the soil. And Vice President, you are in charge of values, and I mean, the disinformation, what the manipulation, the interference that is coming, and it still comes to all our countries by Russia. This is part of what the mentality has to evolve.
We have a similar maturation process now on the frozen Russian assets, and I hope we get there too.
Yes. And I remember you saying to me in March 2022, we should be giving this Russian sovereign asset money to Ukraine to buy weapons. And now
someone has to pay for the help of Ukraine. Why not the aggressor?
Exactly. Mark?
I don't think this is a Lampedusa moment where things are changing so they can stay the same. I think something quite fundamentally has changed in the DNA of the European project and of different countries. Because you can look at all of the different dimensions we've been talking about money, about institutions, about artillery and things like that. And, you know, a lot's happened, a lot hasn't happened. It's been frustrating. You know, the glass is definitely no more than half full. But I think in some ways that's the wrong way to look at things. We've been talking, I mean, ECFR was set up 16 years ago to try and promote a geopolitical Europe. Yeah. And for most of that time, we've been going against the grain. Because the fundamental DNA and identity of European countries was about not being geopolitical. It was about actually escaping from history and about trying to turn what was geopolitical into economic and political relationships to try and get rid of foreign policy. Whereas I don't think that's what the EU is trying to do now. I think that at a quite fundamental level, there is a sense that we live in a dangerous world, that we can't rely on others to protect us from it. We can't cordon ourselves off from history. And that is leading to a change of identity, and a number of quite big things have changed. Germany, a country where, you know, my mother is a German Jew. I spent a lot of time embroiled in German history and a lot of the sort of psychodramas around that. But I think there's been a fundamental change in Germany in terms of their attitude towards military spending. I think in France, there has been a fundamental change in terms of what their mental map of Europe looks like. Ukraine definitely existed in some sort of nether region between Europe and Russia. It was not part of the European space in the minds of European statesmen. I think that is not the case anymore. I think when it comes to our relationship with the US, there's been a fundamental change. Before, you had people who wanted strategic autonomy on one side, people who wanted to be close to the US on the other side. And now people realize, actually, you know, if you believe in a strong Western alliance, you need Europeans to take defense seriously and to be a partner. These are quite big changes, not just in policies, but in identity. And I do think that it will take a long time, but the EU that exists in 5, 10, 15 years will not be the same. It will actually be quite fundamentally different in terms of how it sees itself, in terms of what the goals it sets itself, what kind of role it's trying to play in the world.
Vice President, Minister, I'm struck by an interesting dichotomy here. You have countries that in the past have resisted giving too much more power to Brussels, federalizing decision-making, now saying we need a centralized defense format, we need shared spending, we need shared borrowing, we need a commissioner in Brussels who's going to tell Rheinmetall and other companies what to buy and what to build. How do we square that circle?
I think politicians should be given credit when they change their view, when the facts change. Two big things have happened in Europe in the last few years. We've had a horrible pandemic, and Europeans are demanding a health union to protect us in the future. And we've had Putin's aggression on Ukraine. And Europeans are demanding that we do something about it, overwhelmingly in opinion polls, right? And actually, they are very similar. This is about spending money for what you don't wish to happen, but you need to have an insurance policy for. And in that sense, health capabilities and defense spending are quite similar.
And energy was always the sacred cow, and that's now being pulled. From Brussels, do you see that, though? A willingness to finally pool more power to Brussels rather than the opposite?
I will tell you what I see from Prague. Still, I'm a long time away, but what we as Czechs always criticized was that the EU is dealing with the things which should remain for the states or for the regions. And I myself worked first at the city hall, then region, then ministry, now in Brussels. So I have to say that in many cases, based on the legal competencies, Brussels really tried to occupy too many different spheres where, honestly, it would have been better not to touch it. It's true that those who were drafting the treaty, they were doing in the, I would call it, era of innocence. No existential threat, not Spanish flu away. So what kind of threats do you speak about? We will just be improving things. And the Czechs have always been fed up of it, because it also delivered on a lot of bureaucracy, which was and is not necessary. But then pandemic and war came, and suddenly we have a very clear vision of what are the things we desperately need to do together to be united. It was the COVID, it was the vaccine, it is now defense. And I am not expert in military matters, but when I am looking at how United States are building up their technologies and how fragmented and uneasy and expensive it is in single European member states, of course it's very logical. It's also a matter of very simple calculation that it has to be done together. And for this kind of big Europe on big things, even us as the most Eurosceptical nation in the EU have to say, yes, this is it. This is what we want from Brussels. And several other things, but I think that this recognition of what is big enough to do it together, and we have to remain united on it. I think that this is also a big new, I would call it new historical meeting at European level.
But, I mean, a few people have mentioned Hungary sort of as in passing, and it's not a joke, right? I mean, do countries really want to pool assets to an institution where one country has a veto and you've seen this veto be used, of course, in Foreign Affairs Council, Stefano. I mean, does the EU also have to reform if indeed it's going to get more powerful?
Can I have on to what the Vice President was saying? It is true. I mean, sometimes, I mean, maybe I'm a little bit too much attached to the project, but the groundwork that sometimes is done in the European Union that brings to some results. I won't speak about other things. I mean, even if we want, we can speak about the internal market. But let's stay on defense. We started on defense well before. I mean, it's you remember that at the beginning of the mandate of this commission with the High Representative, we started with the strategic compass. Yeah, it's a little bit forgotten because I mean, other things have been, but that was the first defense strategy and helped a lot. I mean, you were mentioning PESCO, you were mentioning military mobility, the rapid reaction capacity, and so on. That's what they've started working on. Now, progressively, it's coming to turn. Then there has been an acceleration on all the elements of the action and defense and what we have to do with armaments. So, I mean, do not underestimate completely the groundwork that then sometimes then allows you to come to the right moment with the right solution which is being done. That said, I mean, reforms. I mean, and I don't want to escape the. I think that we need to be, how to say, we need to have a little bit of political vision. I shouldn't say this because I'm not a politician, but we need to have a little bit of a vision of what we want to do. That's why I was saying we need to accelerate on the enlargement of Ukraine now. Because we cannot, what the Vice President was saying, it's very important, the idea of moving at the same time. Up until now, the enlargement process has been a sort of 0-1. Yeah. The day before you were not member, the day after you're a member, and everything happens. Now we are starting to have a little bit of a more nuanced approach. You can have a gradual integration in processes, in programs, in areas. But still you need the enlargement process going on because you cannot think that the gradual integration is an alternative to, because it is enlargement, it is a political statement. You want to belong to something, however you want to call it, institution, alliance or whatever, project, peace project. I think that we are still a peace project and we don't want war. I mean, we want peace. We just don't want to be aggressed. That's another story. I mean, and that's the and we need to keep this hostage of the elements of reform. Reforms are important. Reforms are important because we need to make this system function. And to make it workable and to deliver for the citizens and so on. But I think that it's a little bit of fake debate. If enlargement has to be preceded by reforms, we can do the two things at the same time and manage to get to what we want to achieve.
I'm keen to talk about Trump, but Mark, what happens if there's a very strong anti-Ukraine vote in the European elections in June? How does Brussels react? Should it? I mean, A, do you see that happening in what you're seeing in the polls, and B, does Brussels have to ignore that and ignore a fifth, perhaps, of the European Parliament and just say we're pushing ahead regardless?
Well, I don't think that this is an optional situation. What's happening in Ukraine? A country has been invaded by our neighbour. The security of a lot of European Union member states is directly threatened. The way this war is framed is not simply as a special operation anymore in Putin's mind in the way that he's talking about it. So I think it's very important for us to be aware of how European citizens think, and I think we need to have a dialogue with European citizens and get them to understand what's at stake and to make the case in ways which are credible for them and to show them a pathway towards a good outcome from this. I think that's very important. But I don't think that Ukraine is going to be a central feature of the European elections. I do think there will be a kind of surge of. We've done a lot of polling around the European elections. We built a model which kind of shows that far-right parties, Eurosceptic parties will top the polls in 9 member states. There are another 9 member states where they'll come second. And there will be a shift away from the kind of mainstream in the next European Parliament. But at the same time, the far-right Eurosceptic parties are changing, some of them. They're divided. They don't have a clear sense of direction. Some are pro-Russian. Some are very anti-Russian. And there will probably be a mainstream majority, I think, when it comes to divvying up the jobs after the European elections. The three main political, the sort of super majority of the centre-left, the centre-right, and the Liberals will decide who gets the main roles. So I think it will be more at the level of legislation that the European Parliament kind of matters. But I don't think that's the key thing. I'm much more worried about the elections in the US than in the European Parliament. And I'm more worried about the sort of national politics and how that's changing in different places than in terms of what happens in the European Parliament. But my bigger concern, I mean, you know, is that we find a credible way of explaining what's at stake now and what it is that we're doing. And I think we need to make a new case. I think we've seen public opinion evolve over the last 2 years. At the beginning, a lot of people were very nervous that Ukraine wasn't going to survive. And there were some people who didn't think that we should carry on prosecuting the war because they thought Ukrainians would die for nothing. Then there was, as Ukraine succeeded on the battlefield, there was a surge of support and a kind of optimism that Ukraine could recover all of its territory. And then when the counteroffensive ran into the ground, that optimism disappeared. And I think that's why things are looking a bit shakier than they are at the moment. But we need to give people a reason for why it is that we're doing, how we can help Ukraine. And that is something where I think there has been a bit of a gap in some member states. I think in some member states, it does feel like a conflict that's quite far away and they don't really understand how they're engaged. Certainly not here. Not in Portugal, as you said, in kind of interesting reasons. Portugal, Sweden and Poland are a little block of countries that really seem to understand what's going on. But I'm not actually that worried about European public opinion in the short term. But I am quite concerned about what happens in the US, and I'm also quite concerned about the ways that Ukrainians describe what's going on and the way that they talk to people. They managed to win over a huge amount of sympathy across Europe and around the world. But I'm slightly worried that as they become more nervous about about their situation, that they might communicate in ways which don't necessarily connect with European publics. And then all this bickering amongst member states, I think, does distract from how much has been achieved. And that's something which is sort of self-defeating. And I think we had this kind of wobble at the end of last year. Yeah. With Orban blocking things within the EU, with all the problems we've seen in the American political system, which gave Putin and a lot of the enemies of Ukraine quite a lot of hope that there could be war fatigue. I think we've got over that kind of initial period, but I think it is something which we need to bear in mind as we go on, because one of the things which definitely damages public support is a sense that this isn't going to work, that it's pointless. And the more kind of messiness there is in our political conversations about it, the harder it is for European citizens to think that the money that they're putting into it will actually work. But it's not a huge amount of money. You know, even if we had to replace the 50 billion which the Americans have put in, that's €100 per European citizen, which is, you know, it's not nothing, but it's not a huge amount of money that we're talking about.
Trump. Very simple question. Do we have a plan?
Thank you for this invitation to interfere in the internal affairs.
No, not a plan to stop.
But I will decline it.
A plan. I mean, maybe a better question is it possible to plan? Is it possible to plan for the return of President Trump? I mean, this is a man whose first term was determined by nobody really knowing what he was going to do. Can you plan for that?
Poland wants to have the best possible relations with every US administration.
Very good. Does the Commission have a plan? I mean, I've been struck how all the conversations about Trump are about NATO. And the European Commission could have a big problem. And not just NATO.
You need somebody else than the diplomat to say the truth. Well, I think that we already managed the rehearsal for the possible second Trump's term. Yeah, over those 5 years, I remember we were very worried at the beginning, and at the end we saw that there is something which played an incredible role, and it was the American Constitution and American administration who managed to keep the politics somehow in some reasonable mainstream. But of course, nobody knows how Mr. Trump will behave and whether he will fulfill what he is announcing. For instance, the not helping to the NATO member state, which will not fulfill the 2% of GDP. Well, this is something which we should take seriously at the national level. At the same time, I think that for the EU, already for some time we see desperate need to start standing steadily on our own feet, which means to survive without Russian gas. We are working on it. It was necessary to react immediately. To rely on cheap Chinese products and to change the value chains and not to be dependent on possible adversaries in case of regarding critical infrastructure and raw materials. And the last thing, of course, we have to prepare for the possibility that we will not be able to rely on the main ally, which is United States. But as Minister said, let's do everything to keep the transatlantic connections and ties as strong as possible, whoever sits in the White House. And if you let me also react on what Mark said about the elections, I have to say, before 2019 elections, there were polls suggesting that there will be big increase of far right. And it was caused by the shock from big migration wave, terrorism. It was post-Brexit hangover. The mood was very dark. And the reality was different. Yeah, they gained some new seats, but not so many. So honestly, I am more worried. I should not say worried. Politicians should never say I am worried because it creates some
worry.
Yeah, it creates some worries. But
it's even more scary if you say I'm not worried.
Yes.
I don't remember which word you used, Mark, but I am watching with some concerns, if this is better, on some national elections in the EU.
Yeah.
Germany and France.
Yeah.
Obviously, in a part of Germany is very effectively affected by Russian disinformation.
Yeah.
And the Russians are working on part of the German population. Of course, France and...
Marine Le Pen is now pro-Ukrainian.
Yeah, but there is another gentleman who is now very vocal. But I think that in my head, it's national elections in the EU, then American elections, and afterwards the European elections, where I still believe that the results will not be too bad, if I want to simplify it.
Stefano, Mark, it's €100 per person for the Europeans to make up what the Americans might not be able to deliver, but it's not as simple as money, right? I mean, right now Europe cannot fill that gap that America currently provides. Is that correct?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, and I think that we all need to have confidence in ourselves and in the work that we are doing. And again, to be honest, I wouldn't take this way. I think that there is something that we need to do.
Yeah.
Full stop. And then we need to do, and then we have to find the ways, the means, the structures, and what is necessary to go ahead. So I prefer, honestly, not to go into a kind of philosophical debate about whether, but let's say to roll up our sleeves and do the work.
But just on a point of information, the American equipment is pre-prepared for shipping. It is physically there. And I think it's just a question of who's going to pay for it. And I think that even American isolationists wouldn't mind shipping it if we pay for it.
Yeah, yeah. Can we pay for it? And we raised $1 billion for the Czech initiative, so that was in a matter of weeks. Radek talked about bilateral relations potentially replacing a multilateral arrangement with the US if Trump were to be the worst version of himself. Which countries stand to benefit in Europe from a Trump presidency? And is that more dangerous, that certain countries start to be pulled out of the European orbit by Trump, than the whole of Europe sticks together but is weaker?
Yeah. Look, I mean, firstly, I think that it's right that the EU should get its act together regardless of who's in the White House, and actually we'll be much better partners to Biden if he's re-elected if we do these things. But at the same time, Trump 2.0 is going to be much worse than Trump 1.0. I spent quite a lot of time in Washington over the last few months. I spent a couple of months there in the autumn, and my colleagues have been talking to lots of different parts of the MAGA ecosystem and looking at their plans for different things, their plans for European security and the idea of a dormant NATO where they shift the burden to Europeans rather than sharing it with Europeans, their plans on Ukraine, their plans on trade. But also, and this is maybe the kind of most fundamental thing, Vera was talking about how the kind of the deep state provided some guardrails for Trump 1.0. But one of the things they're spending the most time and energy on is what they call the war on the administrative state, getting rid of 50,000 people, training up an entire cadre of Trump loyalists who can use all sorts of different tools to change the way that the system works. So I think it is going to be fundamentally disruptive, unpredictable, and is going to be a much harder thing for us to deal with. And one of the elements which I think is something which is in our own control is whether we start planning for it together, thinking through what different scenarios might be, working out how we can hedge against some of the dangerous bits, how we can actually work with the US in other areas, how we can actually turn it into something which isn't a catastrophe for Europe together, or whether you're going to see a sort of fragmentation where everyone goes to Washington and tries to build up there. So far, one European leader who has been discussed earlier on has already made the trip to Mar-a-Lago to bet on a kind of Trumpian presidency. I hope that one can limit the number of people who think that it's in their interest to do that. I think what's been remarkable about the last couple of years has been the way that even people on the sort of far-right fringes of European politics have been running away from their relations with Putin, have been talking about Europe in quite a different way. And actually, in 2019, there was a sort of fear that the European elections could be, you know, Act 3 in the Brexit Trump story. But there isn't a huge amount of enthusiasm about Trump in European capitals now. We did a poll asking people across Europe how they felt about it. Even in Hungary, where you know have a daily diet of Fox News style Trumpian propaganda on the public television, only 28% of people would be happy to see Trump elected president. He's going to come in and face a wall of hostility in all the different member states of the EU, and where it's not going to be super popular for different political parties to align themselves and different leaders to go to Washington. We saw the dangers for some of the people who tried to hug him close last time round. It often blew up in their faces. But it's very tricky. Everyone's going to have a relationship with whoever's in the White House. They are the most important country in the world for European interests. But unless we sort of work out how we can deal with these things together, work out collective lines to take, work out ways of filling in gaps which might occur as a result of the US pulling back and hedging against the US in different areas, then it's going to be a very dangerous situation, starting with Ukraine. But I don't think it's going to be limited to the problems of Ukraine. I think there's a much wider set of problems, and if some of these plans for NATO, for the dormant NATO, do materialize, it will mean that Russians and others are going to try and test us in all sorts of different places. So it's going to be a very scary moment if Europeans don't stick together.
Stefano, you wanted to jump in?
Just one consideration, and again, I mean, just to maybe to. I think that we have spoken a lot about Ukraine and Russia, and I mean, and it is true that now this is an existential threat for us. I mean, but there is one point, and Misa, you mentioned that in your introductory speech. I mean, it's the security theater has become one. So it's very difficult to make a sort of where do you stop in terms of security and what is relevant. So there is I would say, a broader security dimension that is come into the picture, that has to do with all the Indo-Pacific region and what is happening there, what is happening in Africa, and what is happening there, the potential, let's say, complexity in Latin America. So in all this is playing. I mean, it's so I don't think that we can predict by the dot. I mean, what is happening in a number of things, and which is the kind of interaction that will be developing over time. And that's why I mean, no rush into black and white scenarios. I'm
keen to get questions from the audience, and there's lots of intelligent, far more intelligent people than me who want to ask questions. But before that, I want to ask you about this evening's meeting. What can we expect from Berlin? What would be the best possible outcome?
I think Germany has shifted in the last few weeks, and I hope it continues on that trajectory. And if that were the case, we could see something important.
Much has been made of the potential role of Donald Tusk in mending relations between Scholz and Macron. Do you think he sees that as his role, or has that been overblown in the media?
Let's think about this for just a second. It's quite a change, isn't it?
Yes.
Playing that role. I hope we succeed.
Very good. I think there are some floating mics around. If you could respect your colleagues by asking a very short question, introducing yourself. Does anybody want to ask a question? Gosh, that's disappointing. Oh, here we go. Do we have a mic?
Hello, my name is Thomas Behrens from Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Warsaw. I have a question for Mr. Sikorski. How do you see the Polish-Ukrainian relations, given the debate on agriculture? And what are the expectations of the Polish government concerning the meeting of the Ukrainian and Polish leadership in Warsaw?
Very good question.
It's a strategic alliance which is marred by some particular objective difficulties. Poland supported, the previous government, Europe's act of solidarity with Ukraine 2 years ago. When Putin blocked the Black Sea, we essentially lifted the barrier to Ukrainian agricultural goods. We essentially admitted admitted Ukraine into the single market in the area of agriculture without negotiation, without a transition period, and without Ukraine having to fulfill all the European norms. But Ukraine has now won the battle of the Western Black Sea, and Ukrainian grain is moving again to Ukraine's traditional markets in Africa and China. And agriculture will be the area of negotiations with Ukraine that will be one of the hardest out of the 35 chapters. So we want to help Ukraine to win, but Polish farmers and Polish truckers cannot bear the cost of all of the EU's solidarity with Ukraine. If we either need to restore the status quo ante on the border, now that the Battle of the Black Sea is won, or we need to share the burden more fairly.
Has it created a pause for thought on enlargement? I mean, single market is vast. It's not just grain. There could be all sorts of products.
Certainly, some interests that were dormant have now come to the fore, and it will probably make the enlargement process harder, just like the previous government made the enlargement process harder by breaking rule of law and by showing to other member states that you can backtrack on Copenhagen criteria, which means that we need to be stricter with future members, and we also need a review process, which we now have, of existing members as regards respecting the rules.
Yeah. Mr. Baranowski here in the front row.
Michał Baranowski, GMF. Thank you for the fascinating conversation. Two quick questions. One is the source of European leadership. Henry, to sort of follow up on your question about, is it the Weimar Triangle? Is there another configuration of European member states that should provide the leadership? And the second question, we focused a little bit on Trump, but his future presidency, but we actually are seeing the effect of his candidacy already in the United States, with Congress not doing what it should be doing. To what extent, and the moment to act is right now, to what extent Europe can step in, not in the next few months, but in the next few weeks, to help Ukrainians bridge the gap before the Americans hopefully do the right thing? Thank you.
Great questions. Stefano, do you want to take the second one, perhaps?
European Union has changed, I think, substantially in the last few years, and maybe it's a little bit less of the cozy club that we used to know. And I don't regret, honestly, the fact that it's become something broader and somehow even more complex. We go back to what we were saying before. I mean, provided that the soup is good, how this is being cooked, I mean, it's less relevant. But we need to, I would say, to keep in mind the idea that there are many different configurations within the European Union, very different, and that very much is also based on what the member states want to achieve, and it is the balance of these different interests that is creating then the final result. And I am not worried too much about sometimes the interinstitutional tension or the interinstitutional dialectics, about the dialectics among the member states, and this can vary very much. I mean, you have the usual Franco-German axis, you have the Weimar Triangle, you have the Visegrad 4, you have Benelux, you have the olive gathering. So, I mean, there are many configurations, and there are intersections between all these configurations. So, I mean, I think that again, that's the beauty of having a larger club.
Yeah, it was clearly said that there are different configurations for different reasons, different interests, regional, economic. But I would really like to emphasize the role of Ursula von der Leyen. Indeed, she is my boss. What can you expect from me to say? But I saw leadership in practice. Every week, sometimes every day, during the COVID crisis, we had everyday crisis meetings, and the positioning on the war was very resolute, very clear, very moral, I would also say. And so whenever I hear that we don't have leaders in the EU, I'm very furious, because if this is not leadership, then what it is?
Do you think that's true? Do you think von der Leyen seized the opportunity, or do you think she filled a vacuum with the space that emerged between France and Germany, obviously the movement of Poland away from the political centre?
I think it's definitely true that she played an enormously important part on COVID, on Ukraine, on the energy transition. And one of the reasons that she could do that is because of the primacy of domestic politics in so many member states. And I think that's one of the challenges, both in terms of coming up with a vision for Europe, because everyone's in survival mode in terms of, except here where you've got a new government that's got a lot of energy, but in a lot of other member states, people are basically very, very hampered by their fragile domestic political situations. But also, I think there is a broader challenge, as Stefano was saying, in the fact that a lot of the old leadership structures don't have legitimacy anymore. Member states are not that happy about Paris and Berlin sitting together and cooking up a vision for the rest of the EU. So you need more inclusive structures. I think that's one way that Weimar can be very helpful, because it brings a bit more legitimacy, having more perspectives in the mix rather than just the sort of Franco-German deal, which sometimes, you know, the very fact that France and Germany, it's not a problem which is often tested out given how bad relations are between Paris and Berlin. But even were it to happen, you know, the very fact that that the Elysée and the Bundeskanzleramt agreed on something might be enough to delegitimate it in other parts of Europe. So I think what you need is more inclusive structures. And actually, you know, you've seen in the past when there was a sort of vacuum, if people have energy, Radek's a brilliant example. Last time he was in power, you know, he got together with Carl Bildt, and Sweden and Poland are two very, very important countries, but they're not France and Germany. But they were the ones leading the Eastern Partnership and actually getting Europeans to take responsibility for an important part of the world. And if we had built on that model, we might not have some of the problems we have at the moment. And I think that there is a lot of scope, actually, for people with energy to come forward. And that's what von der Leyen did. But it doesn't just have to come from Brussels. I think it can come from other places.
My friend and mentor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, once told me that you are never thanked for a crisis you've prevented. Right. But I think credit should be given where it's due. I think Ursula saved the Union. Do you remember at the beginning of the pandemic, when the biggest outbreak was in Italy?
Yeah.
And there was suddenly some countries restricting the flow of masks and respirators to Italy.
Yeah.
And, you know, strictly speaking, health was not a union competence. But she stamped her foot and said, this is a single market issue, and you may not do this. If we had this kind of vaccine nationalism on an issue of life and death, it could have destroyed the union.
Though what I'm told is that COVID was extraordinary because it was a completely, it was a shared crisis. It was a completely symmetrical crisis after the first few months. So all leaders came together with the same problem. Ukraine, I feel, began as one, but potentially now other countries are seeing it slightly differently. And as you said, countries closer to Ukraine feel more threatened, naturally, than countries further away. Is there not a risk that what was seen as a symmetrical crisis starts to look asymmetrical from some capitals?
This is true. I've already said the sense of insecurity is not spread evenly across the territory of the EU, but I think it is somewhat balanced by the fact that Putin makes such a good bogeyman.
Do you have any more questions from the audience? Yep, two here.
Hello. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh, hello.
Hi. I'm Rafael Mendes.
Hi, Rafael. How are you?
Yeah, hi. Central Europe correspondent for Financial Times. Minister Sikorski, just wanted to follow up on this reaction force initiative that you're suggesting. Can you flesh out a bit what form it might take? You talked last week in Parliament also about the fact that there were actually already troops, Western troops in Ukraine from some countries. Is this something different that you're working on? Who are you talking to about this? And actually, your Prime Minister Tusk initially in Prague did not support the Macron idea of boots on the ground. Has something shifted in Polish thinking on this in the space of just a few days? Thank you.
Actually, it was Chancellor Scholz who talked about Western troops in Ukraine, so I was just echoing his words. But on the rapid reaction capacity, we've already had votes on this in the European Parliament. It's meant to be 5,000 plus, in other words, a reinforced brigade with some intelligence and logistical components. And it's, if I remember correctly, at least the Parliament wants it to be operational by 2025.
But how can you fund it from the EU budget? How can you fund it from the EU budget? That's against the treaty.
It's part, sorry, I don't want to sound technical, but it was part of the strategic compass. It was one of the main points, the idea of having a sort of entry force. It's the minimal entry force for whichever crisis is going to take place. I mean, we're speaking about capabilities, not a sort of standing force. So it's in certain scenarios, which could be an hostile evacuation in a hostile environment, or a natural crisis where you will need to come in. And then, I mean, so you have this capabilities that are mobilized. We have had also the first live exercise a few months ago, and we'll have a second one this year to let's say manage to get it up and running. We are creating a minimal command and structure in Brussels to make it happen. It's financed by the member states. I mean, it's
so not the budget. Not the shared.
I mean, it's all that has to do with the CSDP, so the Common Foreign and Defense Policy is financed by the member states, so they are contributing to it. Part of it is done on the European Peace Facility. So it's what the member states have put together as a pot of money to finance a number of operations.
If I may, these details are really important. If it is to be serious, if it is to be capable of actually being used, we have to avoid some of the mistakes in the setting up of the battle groups and actually in the way NATO is set up. If it's financed by member states, there will be endless temptation not to finance it.
Correct.
To free ride, so if you participate, you are risking your people and you are also paying for it. So it should be, in my view, financed to the largest possible extent from common funds. And also, this is our experience from Afghanistan and Iraq, you cannot run a war or even a military operation when everybody has different rules of engagement.
Correct.
Has to be common rules of engagement. And you cannot run a successful military operation while being micromanaged by your parliament. So it has to be, so the agreement that I think we have is that we would need unanimity to establish a mission, but then majority voting to actually run it, which seems sensible to me.
Yeah, and actually it will be run by a centralized structures in Brussels. So essentially it's not going to be the single chains, the national chains of command, but there will be a central European chain of command. So the member states are providing these forces to the to this command and control structure, and that will be the headquarter and will be also the structure that will run the operation.
One last thing, I think it's really important that it's not composed of units from member states, because then you run into difficulties to do with constitutions. Some countries are neutral, some countries like Germany require parliament to give approval. You compose it of volunteers from member states.
Vice President, I remember a year ago when EDIP, or I lose track of the acronyms, but the one, and I'm supposed to know what the acronyms mean, the one investing in defense production, the pilot project, that caused squeamishness in the college. Some of your commission colleagues said this is against the treaties, but they found a way to get it around, called it a single market issue. Do you honestly believe that the commission would sign off on a deal where budget money is funding troops that could kill people?
Well, how can I say at this moment that some things are unimaginable? I think that we should have more fantasy for the future. But at the same time, at this moment, it's absolutely key that we had the European Peace Facility. The name is a little bit contradicting the function or the purpose, but this was absolutely key that we started to use this money, and now with the latest decisions, it's a very resolute determination that we will have to increase the budgets and help Ukraine not to be killing people, but to defend their country and their lives.
Yeah.
For us, it will always be the money which will defend and not cause any aggression. So we are always on this line, and indeed for us in the college, but also in the EU, which was over decades functioning as a peace project. This was unimaginable, and this required a U-turn for many of us, but this is the reality, and we have to take the right decisions in the right moment, because we will not get any second chance.
We're rapidly running out of time. I think there was a question back here. Yes, this gentleman in the glasses.
Thank you. Konrad Husaczyk, Visa. In reference to comments from President Jourova about the stage enlargement of European Union, I was wondering on your observations about possible utilization of a momentum by the Hungarian presidency vis-à-vis intentions for Ukraine and Moldova, and perhaps accelerating the pace for Balkan countries like Serbia. Is it possible during this presidency? Do you think such intentions could happen? Thank you.
Honestly speaking, I don't think much will happen over the Hungarian presidency. For two reasons. One is objective one. Well, the Hungarian presidency will start less than 1 month after the elections. The structures will be settling down, the nominations of the commissioners, of course, the appointment or vote on the president. Yeah. So count with me, we are in October. During the October, the new commissioners will go to the parliament to get grilled. Minister, if you want some advice, how it feels. Sorry, I am again attacking you.
He was grilling before.
No, count with me. We are at the end of October, maybe at the end of November, with this exercise of starting the new mandate. And so who can expect something big to happen as for or in the field of business as usual? Yeah? Of course, there might be things which will require reaction. And then it will have to be reaction by the European Council, where Viktor Orban will not have very strong word. Yeah, because it's a different story after the Lisbon Treaty. So now it's for the President of the European Council to have a decisive word. And the second reason why I think not much will happen, which will have strong Hungarian trace. If Viktor Orban wants to show that he understands how European Union works, as a big critic, but that he understands, and that he is professional, he will have to respect the rule that the presidential country, presiding persons have to be neutral. They have to play the role of the honest brokers. So for the presidency country, paradoxically, it's much more difficult to promote own interests or some national plans. So Viktor Orban can surprise us all, always, but I think that it won't be that free ride for Hungary as the country I will not criticize the country, I never criticize Hungary, but for the government as the representation which shows that they can be also big friends with our main enemy.
Stefano,
I'm sorry, where sometimes bureaucracy can help. I mean, I take my old hat of Director General for Enlargement. There are a number of things that can be done during, which are very important, very useful. I mean, the screening process, which takes time, because you have to screen essentially the legislation of a country against the European acquis, and is technically something that takes some time to define which are the areas. There you don't need the presidency, it's just the Commission.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be that brutal.
I'm just saying that it's a technical work.
Yeah. Finally, yeah, sorry.
Let's look at the bright side. The Lord uses all kinds of people for his purposes. And I think Viktor Orban has made an excellent argument for dropping unanimity, for example, in the area of sanctions.
Correct, though it requires Hungary's unanimous vote to drop Hungary's unanimity. So we're in a bind. Finally, what I mean, obvious question, but 2024, year of reckoning. What's the one event that you worry about the most happening this year? We'll go round in this order.
The US elections, Trump coming back.
God, like every 4 years, Europe goes, oh my goodness. There's a state called Ohio where 10,000 people get to decide our security, and we never learn. Stefano.
Political polarization.
Nationalism at all fronts, be it EU or America.
The Russians cracking the front line.
Yeah, that is a very downbeat note to end on. Thank you, Minister, Vice President, Secretary General, and Director. It's been brilliant. Enjoy your coffee break. Come back for the next session, which will be on more defense. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marek Swierczyński. I'm Chief of Security Affairs at the Polityka Insight, and I'm so glad to be chairing this next panel about how Europe can defend itself. There is really no need for lengthy introductions, since the first keynote and the first panel have made an excellent foundation for the furthering and broadening of this debate. Let me invite our panel, and we'll have today leaders in decision, opinion, industry, as well as the military of European NATO countries. Benjamin Haddad, a renowned French scholar in the field of security, also a member of the French Parliament. Thank you, Benjamin, for being with us. Claudia Mayer, a leading German think tanker on defense, also very busy in discussions about security and defense of Europe. Johan Pellissier, head of Europe at Airbus, also previously with Airbus Defence and Space, the industry leg of our discussion, much needed today. And last but not least, Lieutenant General Piotr Błazeusz, the Poland's deputy CZOD, with his 30+ years experience in military service in NATO institutions and also in the Polish armed forces. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do a micro-opinion poll to start with. Is Europe going to be at war with Russia within the next 5 years? Yes or no, or percentage points of probability? Claudia.
We are already at war with, or Russia is already at war with us, if you listen to the Russians, what they are saying. So I think we have to be more clear what we are talking about. If you talk about a real full-scale military invasion, I hope it's unlikely. It depends on how we prepare. But if you talk about information war, if you talk about conflict below the level of open military escalation, Russia is already waging war at Europe.
Benjamin.
By attacking Ukraine, Russia has attacked Europe. It's attacked Ukraine's desire to join the European Union and to have a European path, and it's attacking directly the European security architecture from the end of the Cold War. Russia has sent numerous cyber attacks, interferences in our democracy, targeting our country, France, and many others in the European Union. And to answer your question, it sort of depends on us. It depends on our ability to defend and support Ukraine in its resistance against Russian aggression. And it depends on our ability to deter and invest in our own security and take this threat seriously.
Which we will discuss in the next 75 hours. General, are we threatened by military aggression by Russia?
Is it a classified meeting? Well, from my perspective, I think finally in Europe we have a good diagnosis of the cancer. Cancer is spreading. Now the question is how are we going to treat it? And some of my predecessors have stated some very good answers. So we absolutely need to prepare our countries, not just the militaries, because military instrument of power, that's an easy part, but we need to build our resilience to show the other side that they should not even think about it, that our combined power of NATO, EU together, all the European countries plus the transatlantic link, that the potential cost for them to do anything that for the moment is rather rogue in nature or is somehow not that we would like them to do. We need to build up the power of our countries, strengthen it, and invest heavily in the deterrence.
Johan, what is your perspective? Are we really threatened by military aggression by Russia?
Well, I think we are definitely with this integrity of the territory from Ukraine at war, and not only on the territory of Ukraine, but we have indeed seen from the industry perspective a lot of cyber attacks, which definitely show that today we need to take indeed decisions in order to really control this destiny that we have in our hands, and assess whether we can react, as you say, within the next 5 years. I really am hopeful that we will be able to take the
a decision and be united in Europe in order to cope with the current threat that we are seeing.
So to sum up, the short answer is it's complicated rather than.
I think the short answer is it depends. Exactly, it depends upon us. Yeah. Deterrence, as the general rightly said, deterrence is telling the other one it's not worth it. The costs you're going to have if you attack us are going to be bigger than the win you are hoping for. So it's upon us as Europeans to change the calculus, to tell the Russians it's not worth it. And that's the homework we all have to do in terms of the military and, as you rightly said, with regard to society, to building resilient societies who cannot be undermined by cyber and fake news, and who are, like we see it in Ukraine, willing to defend what they have built. So I think the answer is so much homework in our camp.
So this is exactly what we're going to discuss today, and this is actually another installment, another episode of this debate, which is going on all over Europe. Benjamin, I would like to first, maybe it's not a surprise to you, because for the last 10 days we are under impression of the ideas of your president, Emmanuel Macron. And I'm not sure that everybody understands quite precisely what does he mean, with his vision how to defend Europe. Can you explain it to us?
First, he gave an interview yesterday on French TV to talk about his comments on Ukraine. And the gist of it is very clear. This is an existential moment for Europe. What is happening in Ukraine will have dramatic consequences on the existence of the European Union, on the security of European citizens, and the well-being of French citizens. And once we say this, then we have to draw the consequences from it, especially when we are in a moment when questions arise from what's happening from the other side of the Atlantic. US military aid to Ukraine has been blocked since December. No ammunition, no weapon coming from the United States. Maybe there's some hope coming out of Congress if you look at the latest statements, but so far it's been blocked by partisan gridlock.
And to be quite precise, there was, an urgent packet just in a few days before.
And of course, we wonder about the consequences from the next American election. So the lesson we draw from this, there's two alternatives. Either we say, well, Europe is not able to defend itself without the United States, thus we give in and we push to a negotiation, which of course will be seen by Putin as a capitulation by the West and Ukraine, thus inviting further aggression, because we're sending weakness. Even if tomorrow we were to have a form of ceasefire, of course Russia would use it to rearm and to prepare the next one. Or we draw the other conclusion, which is that we need to step up our ambitions and our weapon supply, both for ourselves, so rearm, and of course for Ukraine, and we give Ukrainians the ability to defeat Russia in a decisive way. And that's what's been said and done also, because I'll come back to the comments, of course, about the troops, but some of the things that were decided at that conference in Paris 2 weeks ago was to create new coalitions on long-range missiles, on ammunition, so to raise our ambitions collectively. We just debated and voted last Tuesday, just a few days ago, at the French Parliament on the security agreement with Ukraine, which will mean $3 more billion in terms of military support in 2024, in addition to the rest of what we're doing. So it is a pivotal moment for Europeans. We've been talking, the French, about strategic autonomy, European sovereignty for years. This is the test. This is the moment where we show that Europeans can defend their interest, or we're done. When it comes to troops, I think the president was very clear last night. For 2 years, we've seen Russia that has put no red line on its own action, no limit, and we constantly deter ourselves by saying this is what we won't do. So we started by saying, well, we'll send only defensive weapons. Well, first, by the way, we were saying we won't send weapons. Then we're saying we'll send defensive weapons, but never offensive. We're sending offensive weapons, but never tanks. And then we said never long-range missiles. And then we said never planes. How much time we've wasted, all of us. Imagine the Ukrainian counteroffensive if we have given the planes to Ukraine at that time. So now, maybe it's time to stop saying what we want to do. It's time to stop putting limits on ourselves and start clearly putting red lines on Putin. And I think that's exactly what President Macron was saying.
All right. For a very long time, we used to think that whatever Paris has in mind as an idea for the defense of Europe and for other strategic issues, it has been consulted and agreed upon with Berlin. This doesn't seem to be the case, this time.
It clearly wasn't. I think the very unpleasant experience of the last weeks and months is that the typical Franco-German coordination didn't work as well as Europe would need it to work. And we have all the traditional differences, which we have known over the last decades. We have different political systems. We have a presidential system, a parliamentarian system. The structure of industry is totally different. In Germany, we have small, medium-sized companies. You have the big fleurons, the big companies with lots of state influence, if not control. So we know those things. I think what has changed in addition over the last years is that President Macron is focusing very much on his presidential understanding that the foreign security and defense policy is a domaine réservé of the president. So you have this kind of hyper-presidentialization tendency in France. And that means that the most important decisions are taken by the president. If then the president and our chancellor might not bond as we would hope they would bond, we have a problem. Normally we have the institutional structures, we have so many exchange officers, Franco-German ministerial councils, meetings, coordination things. But if the decisions are taken at the highest level, they can't really help to hibernate the difficult times. So it really depends very much on the personal relationship. And this is why I really hope that today's bilateral and then Weimar meeting in Berlin will help. Having said that, I think Benjamin hinted at an important point, is that both countries, France and Germany, felt reconfirmed in their reading of European security with that war. The German reading is the only one, I'm simplifying, in an existential threat situation like the renewed Russian aggression, the only one who can really protect and help us is the US. So the German government reinvested a lot in the transatlantic link. I don't say NATO, because it's really the bilateral transatlantic relationship. The most important decisions have been coordinated with the US, whether or not to deliver tanks, teaming up with the US on the question Ukrainian NATO membership, Germany and the US against the rest. So it was really a very transatlantic Zeitenwende. It was not so much a European one. Whereas in France, as Benjamin rightly said, there was a reconfirmation that what we need now is European sovereignty, because we realize we need to be able to defend ourselves because we have a major war, and we don't know what's happening to the US. So both countries felt reconfirmed in their rather opposite positions, and that makes it more difficult. But I would like to add maybe just one sentence on the Paris conference, because I think what is interesting is that it is a recognition, first, that this is about us. For a long time, France considered this being a war. I remember the first statements of Macron, Russia should not be humiliated. So it's a recognition, this is about us. We have really to take care of it. It's not a war somewhere over there. It's about us. And the second is to recognize that just carrying on what we have been doing over the last 2 years doesn't work. Giving weapons from our stocks doesn't work. We have to change from a stock logic to an industrial logic. And to recognize that just handing stuff over, training troops, is not enough. If it's not enough, what is the next step? Because if it's about us, then we have to think about the next step. And I think this is what is extremely valuable. I would just have hoped it would be communicated in a different way.
So it is a Franco-German thing in this whole debate. What happens today is actually Poland adds its voice. Do you think that Mr. Tusk can act as a facilitator, if not a mediator, between the two? Especially that, in terms of transatlantic relations, Mr. Tusk seems to be much more on the German kind of a Weltschau, and in terms of strengthening its own voice, its own military power, he's on the same page with Macron, I believe.
It's for me.
Yep.
I mean, the minister gave a lovely answer in the first panel. I was a big smile, like, isn't it great that Poland is now the one holding hands for France and Germany? To be honest, if it strengthened European defense, if it's helping unlocking potential for Ukraine, I think it's wonderful. So please, all in.
I wouldn't even say as a mediator, as a real European leader in his own right. I think Europe needs a strong Polish voice. And there's so much we can do, especially in military and defense issues with Poland. It's a country that, is taking strategic issues very seriously. For France, the relationship with Germany is of course existential. And even when we have disagreements, and we do have disagreements, that doesn't mean it threatens the relationship. Of course not. I've been an MP for close to 2 years now. I think Berlin is the city which I visited the most because we care so much for historical reasons about this relationship. But it should not be exclusive. And I think sometimes we in France have made it a little bit exclusive and not invested enough in Central Europe and the Baltic states, and that clearly is changing. President Macron in his first term was the first French president, I think, to visit the 27 countries of the European Union, to go to the Baltic states. You've heard his speech in Bratislava last year, where he talked about the missed opportunity we had with the region. So I think there's a desire also to really reinvest with these members that have felt a little abandoned in facing Russia for years.
General, you want to jump in, but I would like to offer you a question before you comment. In terms of Polish response or Polish recipe, how to defend Europe, it seems to be quite simple and quite clear. We need to rearm, we need to invest massively, we need to increase spending by unprecedented levels, but still we need others to help because we are just unable to carry that burden, alone.
Well, the most important thing to remember is that we are facing a nuclear superpower, and it will not change. We have to take it into account in our calculus. But going back a little bit to what was already discussed here, if I can touch a little bit on this one. First of all, I think it was already stated by one of our government officials this week that basically there is no secure Europe without strong Poland. Why? Because it's mostly because of our geostrategic location. It's also because our understanding of the threat, very difficult history, have been occupied many times. We know what it means to be under Russian occupation or what it means to be under Russian influence. So that's one part. The other one, I think, from our military perspective, what's important is we should talk about not really autonomy, but rather European harmony, because European Union has an important role to play in the security, as it is in our EU strategic compass stated there. What's the goal and what's the purpose of the European Union, and its part in the securing the international security. So I don't think there should be a competition between the NATO EU. EU is still having challenges with having the right C2 structure for any serious, we are talking now potentially collective defense operations, and operational TIA is the best example, where we have arrangements with NATO that NATO is helping to run this operation for EU. So I think we need to find the right balance between the two. Both have a great and important role to play. And what's most important in this one, it's stated in a number of articles, we all need to first take care of our own national securities, build out our armed forces, transform them. And on the top of it, we need the adaptation not only of NATO, but also European Union. And it's happening, but both of those organizations are big tankers. So for them to take the turn and make the final decisions, find the right arrangements, it takes time. So, and it's happening. Red lines, we touch on the red lines. I think this war in Ukraine showed that we have passed so many self-established red lines. So now maybe we should elevate this discussion and kind of forget what are the red lines, whether this particular missile has the range of so many kilometers, can reach the Moscow or not. Maybe we should start, because even the issue of F-16 is now becoming very, very important, because we need to transfer those weapons to Ukraine. How you do it, right? With MiGs, it was easy. With this one, you cannot really disassemble and then assemble them again. So we will make it happen. And there are ways of doing it, because instead of thinking, oh, this is F-16, let's think this is just another weapon system. And we have delivered so many weapon systems that we should stop worrying that this will be escalatory, because that's what the other side knows, have been in our system for many years, and knows how to use the leverages inside our politics, within the European Union, NATO, within even our own societies. Because as was mentioned, this war is actually ongoing in the information sphere, in the cyber domain. They are very active in the disinformation, and France has rightly realized the importance of counter-influence, because Russia is everywhere. Russia is not a linear enemy as it was during the Cold War. They are now 360. They are everywhere. They are very active on all the continents. So I think together, you know, when you combine the power of NATO, EU, and do it right, I mean, Russia cannot match NATO. When we do it together with two organizations, I mean, they will absolutely will not even think about doing anything crazy.
I would like to continue this, you know, EU-NATO relationship and also tensions sometimes in a few minutes. But I'd like to ask Johan for his perspective on this entire debate. I mean, on one hand, you have all reasons to be very happy that Europe is, you know, again discussing rearming itself at speed, on scale, you know, with a lot of money, you know, potentially available. On the other hand, it is sometimes like, you know, it's the industry that is the bad guy, because, you know, they're not delivering, they're, you know, too expensive, they can't do what we want, you know, at the time that we want it. Of course, I mean, you are not, as far as I know, you do not produce artillery shells, so you can sort of safely isolate yourself from the tensions. But tell us, you know, about this lacking, in my view, this lacking perspective on, you know, industrial perspective on this entire Defense of Europe project.
So, well, first, I think we have seen this morning, and we just discussed now, that defense and security is definitely a very strong pillar for our society to function. And what we have seen recently, and this is indeed something that we as an industry in Europe are pleased to push and contribute, is to make sure that defense and security is becoming a factor where Europe cannot afford to lose its sovereignty. Similarly to what we've gone through post-COVID on health, on other technologies, defense and security is an area where we need in Europe to invest massively. I think we have seen also a sense of urgency, and we are definitely looking forward to participate into all the discussions that we have at the Europe level. As an industry, we are, you said that we are happy, actually. We saw in Europe, in the defense and security sector, a very fragmented market. We are many players, many solutions, and we don't have those economies of scale that will allow us to, if I compare to the US market, with a very strong internal demand, but also an ability to organize US export through FMS. That was really the time for us in Europe to react. So we are definitely looking forward to, with positive now outlook, what has going out from the Europe defense industrial strategy. I think it gives indeed a very, well, the means to try to break those silos in Europe. All the works done from the Commission are going into the right direction, but having said that, we still need to make sure that member states will execute at the right speed. And obviously, we are also looking forward to see how this will be funded, because we need a fund to make sure that we are putting this in place.
You know, many people in these recent weeks, when we see, you know, problems of the Ukraine at the front line and some advantages of the Russian military machine, so to speak, some people are speaking about production war, about industrial war. So, you know, how to make all industry a weapon, basically, without endangering, you know, the civilian production. Is it at all possible?
Well, I think we have had a lot of reflection when we are moving into. We had a lot of engagement with our nations, with Germany, France, and others, in order to see how we can move into an economy of war on which we are definitely not prepared in Europe. And for us, I see a short term and a long term, and the medium to long term. And the medium to long term needs really to be acted and decided now. On the short term, definitely we need to have a ramp up on production capacities. There are some technologies which have been defined in order to make sure we get organized, and this is exactly the purpose of all of the discussions which are happening now. But on the medium to long term, we need to come together and foster transnational collaboration. We have been used as Airbus to work with a number of member states already in the civilian field, but also in the military field in the past few years. It's not, I would say, immediate or as you mentioned, guns, artillery means, but we need also to prepare this future system that will help us in the next 5 years to really be able to be more autonomous as European states. So all what has been done already for the future combat aircraft system, on which we are moving forward in partnerships between various nations, is key to prepare those future and this sovereignty moving forward.
All right. What is more important, in your view, that the individual, 30 countries of Europe invest more in their national defense in order to have a sort of collective effect on the defense of Europe? Or, as Johan mentioned, some kind of European strategies, European institutions, European decision-making bodies, European planning and programming. By the way, the Secretary of NATO has, just yesterday spoke against it, because it would again endanger the relations, the sovereignty basically of NATO and member states. Where does the key to the defense of Europe lie, actually?
I think the key message from what you said is that a competitive, innovative defense industrial base is part of our deterrence. And we have to relearn that. It's not only industry, it's part of our deterrent. This is what the war, Russia against Ukraine, shows. If you can, the one who's winning the war can always fill the holes. And we can't, if we are honest in the moment. So we have to recognize that the defense industrial base is part of our deterrence. And it's, in the moment, the key to the 4 biggest problems we have. The old holes in our armed forces, all the things we haven't done in the past, at least speaking for Germany. The second, the new holes, because we have supported Ukraine from the active stocks. We took the Leopards from our active stocks. You take the stuff from your active stocks, so we have to refill the holes. Third, there's a new ambition. We want to do more, the new force model in NATO and all the other things, we want to do more. It also comes from industry, and support for Ukraine also comes from industry, also now because particularly France is trying to do that, to cooperate directly with Ukrainian industry into co-production. So industry is key. But if we are really honest, and I listen to your question, I think it's good to look at what has been happening over the last 2 years. The most new procurement projects didn't go to Europe. They went outside, and starting with Poland to Korea, looking at my country, buying American F-35 and buying Israeli. So we all talk about Europe. That's a rhetorical ambition, but what we are doing is not European. The big majority, I think it's 70 or 80% of the procurement things decided over the last years went outside Europe. So if we are honest about Europe, we should change our behavior. The second is a dilemma that is linked to that. And the dilemma is, do we want to fill our holes quickly? Then we buy what exists already. We buy off the shelf, mostly probably American. Short-term fix to our problem. Long-term problem, and I know what Benjamin is going to say probably, it doesn't help our European defense industrial base. So what is the solution? Looking at our German armed forces, what shall we do? Shall we do the quick fix and buy off the shelf outside Europe? Or shall we invest long-term in the European defense industrial base in order to work on that European strategic sovereignty that we need if we want not to be kind of kicked around in the world, but have the capacity to act on ourselves, which might be particularly necessary depending on the elections in the US.
So
that I don't
need to do both. Yes,
we need to do both, but I think we have to do it consciously. And in the moment, everybody is taking the decision on its own, in its own corner in Europe. And maybe just the last point, we talk so much about European Union defense industrial roles. We heard the alphabet soup in the first panel. Let me put it that way. So far, we have been talking a lot about it, but it hasn't delivered accordingly. So we put so much, we take the assumption, we just do more on the EU level, and at some point it will deliver if it hasn't delivered accordingly over the last 30 years. So I wonder whether we might think about the approach. I heard the European Rapid Reaction Force in the first panel. We had the European Rapid Reaction Corps in the Helsinki headline goals, 60,000 troops in 60 days. Then we had the European battle groups. None of those goals has been fulfilled. So
it might not be the recipe, yes. Benjamin, because France has been traditionally so much in favor of European industrial defense bases, as anyone, I would guess.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with what Claudia said. The glass half full is that European countries are taking defense seriously again, and that we're all increasing our defense spending. Of course, Poland is in a dramatic way. Germany is with Zeitenwende. France, over the 2 terms of the Macron presidency, will have doubled its defense budget from basically 32 billion a year in 2017 to about 69 in 2030. After decades of disinvestment, so we'll clearly have to continue afterwards. The key is to find the balance between the short-term needs, especially the short-term needs for Ukraine, I would say, when we have to debate over ammunitions, where they should come from. They should come from everywhere. Thus, we need to support the Czech proposal and find ammunition everywhere. But we shouldn't fix the short-term needs at the expense of the mid to long-term necessities. And once again, it's not about commercial protectionism. I want to say it in a very blunt way. It is about our autonomous ability to act. Because the truth is, the strategic need right now for us is for everyone to have a strong industrial base. The United States, our key partners around the world, but also Europe. Because you replace the dependencies of yesterday by creating new dependencies for tomorrow. And the truth is, I've always been convinced, because there's always this theological debate about the alliance versus strategic autonomy. I think it's a false debate. Of course, the devil is in the detail on what you purchase, interoperability. But strategically, the best way down the road to salvage the transatlantic relationship is to show our American allies that Europeans have value added, that they have clout, that they can maybe secure their own neighborhood when the United States wants to pivot to Asia and focus on China. This is what American presidents, left and right, have been asking for years. Now with a little bit of schizophrenia, because sometimes they say this, but on the other hand, when Europeans step up their ambition and want to create their own defense industrial base, then you hear different noise coming out of the United States. But the truth is, we won't make ourselves heard and respected as an ally by showcasing our helplessness. We need to show that we can act and we're robust. And that's also the way to protect ourselves in a situation where we have a very different political direction coming out of Washington, which I have to say I'm very worried about, not only about the Trump election, but even the progressive generation that comes on the Democratic side after President Biden.
As the situation,
that has been much more critical
shows,
on Ukraine and Israel.
You don't need Mr. Trump to have the supplemental fund stopped in the Congress.
Precisely. And so this is why I do think it's necessary that as Europeans we put our resources first. We coordinate what we do together, because the truth is, if you look right now at the 27 member states, you add all of our military expenses, we're number 2 in the world after the United States. Does that translate in real capability to act? Of course not. So we have to coordinate better what we purchase, what we want to do. I do think we have to focus our European funding on developing our European defense industrial base in every country in Europe. And I would add, because we're talking about funding, we have to be much more ambitious when it comes to the resources. During the COVID crisis, we rightly considered that this was an existential crisis for Europe. And so we agreed to create Eurobonds for investment in COVID recovery, the green transition, the technological transition. I think it's easy to argue that this is an existential crisis as well. The Estonian Prime Minister Kallas has argued for defense Eurobonds, 100 billion that we could put on the table to immediately upgrade our capabilities, both to support Ukraine and to support ourselves. This is an idea that's been embraced by the French, and I think that's something that we should put forward in the next few weeks.
General, to confront those voices with your military perspective, does it at all matter for a military planner or military officer in the general staff, where does the capability come from when you're buying it, when you're providing it to your military?
Let me first, I'll go back to this question from the military point of view. But first of all, I think what we can also look at, or what has been discussed in this part, is that I think what we all need to do within the European Union is continue the defense education for our societies. First about the threat, and second how we should react, and how and all the tools that we need to invest to so that our societies understand it. In Poland, we don't have a challenge. But the farther away you get from the threat, then not all the countries are fully comprehending and rather pointing that potentially migration is a bigger threat. So that's something that I think is really key within our societies, because if we have the society's support, then our political leaders will be more willing to invest in a wide area of defense. Now, the other challenge for all of us is obviously continued decoupling with the Russian economy. I mean, they use the economy, they weaponize almost the economy to make us dependent. And they use it as a leverage against us. So it's happening, but I think there are still some things we need to do. Another challenge is obviously that I like to say that we need to de-globalize, because globalization, what the effect of globalization is that we all started to manufacture defense equipment, which in reality is not purely national equipment. There are always elements, be it the gearbox, be it the fuse, be it the GPS system that we buy from other countries. And as long as it's secure country that we can get it from, it's okay. But the problem now is that we all are kind of lining up to these countries that we get. And again, let's stick with the gearbox, that we all need that gearbox from that country, and obviously the line gets longer and longer. Now, touching a little bit on the issue of the gap fillers. In our case, we had to look for the gap fillers. We donated so much equipment that was coming from the operational units, which was obviously a calculated risk, because that's another thing. We all need to calculate the risk and wage it. Okay, what we can win, what we can lose if we don't do it. So that's why Korea, because our European defense industry was just not able to deliver in such a short period of time. I mean, Koreans, made everybody, look not that good in a way that they, from the signing of the contract to delivery, it was just, 5-6 months, something that in our industries, for a number of reasons, takes time. Now, going back to your question, it depends. If this equipment is interoperable, then we don't care. But sometimes we buy an equipment that requires certain adjustments, requires recertification, because that's what's the challenge, that we get a certain equipment, I will not mention any, and then, okay, it's manufactured in this country, and maybe the best example will be with the caliber of the ammunition. We all thought that 155 within Europe and NATO, we all have the same caliber. Well, guess what? there are slight difference in the length, maybe a millimeter difference in the diameter, which causes completely different things. Now, the challenge for all of us, because the discussion, I absolutely agree, we need to integrate the defense industries. But the challenge is, are we willing to share more technologies between the industries? Are we willing, for example, if you manufacture 155 self-propelled howitzer, are we willing to check the ammunition from another country, do the firing, and provide the firing tables, because each one of them, if you fire different ammunitions, you need the different firing tables for adjustment of the fire. Are we willing to do it, or we want to rather kind of be semi-monopolist on a certain equipment? So those are the things that we would have to overcome in order to make this industry much stronger. We learn, and again, going back to that equipment, we think sometimes is manufactured in Poland. With the donations, we have to ask all the countries that parts were inside this particular equipment. We had to ask for the so-called third-part end-user certificate. And only then we learned, to donate this equipment, we need to ask 6 countries, can we do it? So those are the challenges that are ahead of us. I think as a military, we are fully aware of them. And we need to try to fix it. And again, this is not a military part. For me, I'm happy with all the new equipment, but it's not, as I said, always that easy to immediately introduce this equipment into the service. And again, look even at the tanks. Some of them use gasoline. Yep. Some of them use different type of petroleum, right? So little things that matter. But for us, we need the new capabilities. And I think we need to make sure the other side knows that we have the teeth and we're willing to use it.
How to weaponize the collective GDP of Europe? Because, one of the assumptions from before the war was that, Russia is so weak economically that it wouldn't dare to start a major war in Europe, especially if it faced a unified collective West. 2 years later, we can see that things don't necessarily move, like that.
It's a very interesting question, because I think it goes at the heart of this debate over European sovereignty. I've always been struck that for years we've been talking about the European Union's regulatory power, normative power, and yet at the end of the day we still thought of ourselves as just a market or a giant NGO that was sort of defending universal interests rather than thinking that we had specific European interest. One example, by the way, is what happened with the Ukrainian negotiation of the free trade, the association agreement with the EU before the Maidan movement. From the European Union's perspective, it was solely looked at from an economic lens. There was a trade agreement, and we were sending economists discussing points of GDP. For Ukrainians, at least for the Ukrainian youth that went to the Maidan Square, it was seen as existential, as a way to anchor their country to Europe, to the West, and fight for democracy and the rule of law and against corruption. And for Russia, it was seen as precisely that, as Ukrainian turning to democracy, thus as a political challenge. And we had a completely, in France and Brussels and elsewhere, I think a completely depoliticized view of our own instruments. So first, you need a shift in software and understand that, we can leverage the size of the market, our economic tools, to be able to put pressure on our adversaries. And then, it comes with what we've been talking about, investing in defense, but also looking at all the other kinds of relationships that have been leveraged. Of course, you talked about energy, and that's absolutely critical, and the economic ties with Russia. And here again, understanding that we're not talking about neutral market relationships. We're talking about political tools of leverage in our democracies. Thus, we need to invest massively in renewables, and I would say also in nuclear to defend our own sovereignty, and think also about what it means for the relationships with other countries down the road, like China. I mean, it's a completely change of software. I'll give you just one other example. It always strikes me that when we discuss in Europe reforms to the Eurozone, and maybe integrating more the Eurozone, having common debt, making the Euro an optimal reserve area, as economists like to call it, we never think about the foreign policy dimension of this, the strategic dimension of this. If we had a stronger Euro and a more stable Eurozone down the road, it would also make us less vulnerable to extraterritorial sanctions, to also the weight of the dollar and the way it's being sometimes weaponized by the United States in foreign policy. So even for a sanctions policy, I'll say, would be more effective. But this entails, I think, a deeper reset of how we think European Union tools.
Claudia, I mean, this debate about weaponizing GDP is also about, for the country like Germany, with its economy of its size, it would have been, if it was integrated into deterrence and defense toolbox, if you like, it would have been an enormous field of influence, and also a weapon of deterrence and defense.
Of course, I mean, if you think, I think we have any way to think deterrence and defense in a far broader way, not just only the military. But if you look at the European level, what Benjamin said is important, because it says you can have so much power if you don't have the political unity behind. You don't see it as power and you don't use it. If, as all European states, we don't speak with one voice, we cannot use this economic power in a meaningful way. Russia is looking at us Europeans and is hoping to be able to divide us. And it sometimes worked. We had some elections that brought some results that were not totally adding to the unity in Europe, I would say, if I look at Hungary, if I look at Slovakia. So I think the key question for us is how to keep that unity and how to communicate that unity to the outside, to the inside, and in a long-term perspective. Russia is hoping that it can outsuffer us, that it will have more time and more energy than us European democratic states, or US, Canada included, and others like Japan and Australia, where every 5 or 4 years we have elections and the support has to be renewed. So the key task for us is to have to recognize that long-term political dimension. As long as Russia is not changing its objectives, and as long as Russia has the capabilities, so intention and capabilities, we will not be at peace and there will be no stability in Europe. So the key question is, are we able and willing to agree on this political unity for the greater European good? Then we can make more of our industrial military potential, we can make more of our economic potential. But the key thing is, are we able to do that in Europe? Or do we prefer
leadership?
Yeah, but leadership is the easy way out. Say, oh, we need a leader and then everything is done. Sometimes I wonder whether it's not a bit like in Scotland, the Loch Ness thingy. Everybody's talking about it, but nobody has ever seen it. So I think the question is, what does leadership in Europe mean? It's easy in NATO with the US. It's keeping the house together, is initiatives, is friendly, kind of nudging other countries. In Europe, we don't have that kind of undisputed leader. You can have co-leadership. This brings us back to the early stages of this debate, where I totally agree that the Franco-German couple is necessary, but it's not sufficient. So we need to enlarge it with countries like Poland or others. Two countries can't run Europe. So leadership for me means who is teaming up, is giving ideas, getting support for the ideas, is taking care of the implementation, is doing the follow-up. This for me is leadership, and it's not one country in Europe. You need a cooperative leadership, but you need somebody who feels responsible and is willing also to take the blame. And of course, France, Germany, Poland have a role to play, but it's not only about leadership. It's about implementation, and it's about, I come back to what I said earlier, it's about this is about us, and I'm willing to make a step for it. I'm willing to make a compromise for the greater European good. And if I look back at the last 2 years, we had that. at certain moments. I mean, the sanctions, nobody would ever thought about that kind of sanctions. We could do more, I know, but it was amazing. I didn't expect my country to spend 2% on defense and 100 billion special budget. Of course it could be more and it should be more, but it's a major step. So I think it's really about this European consciousness that this is about us and we only matter if we stand together. This togetherness can have kind of sub-levels of regional cooperation, smaller groupings, as long as it all reconnects to this political European understanding that as a continent, we will only be at the table together, otherwise we will be on the table, which we don't want, obviously.
Johan, can you tell me what is required for this enormous European industrial machinery to work in favor of European defense and security? I would just use one example from your company's, recent announcements. Is that, correct me if I'm wrong, you're delivering, on average 2 passenger planes per day.
A little bit less, but not far.
Yeah, right. I can only imagine, I don't know, but I can only imagine how huge industrial machinery stands behind it. Let's imagine as a model of thought, how well could it work in favor of, whatever military product?
Yeah, well, just to, of course, it's difficult to compare the civilian market, especially post-COVID, with a very strong recovery last year, and the military market, which is very specific and with a lot of constraints and regulations around it. But indeed, last year, 735 aircraft have been delivered, so it's quite a number on the civilian side. But look at what was Airbus 30 years ago. Coming back to the leadership and indeed several nations, not only 2, but coming together and willing to build the European aerospace player. And look at what we were said that 30 years ago against our US competitor. We were so small, and today we are the world leader since a few years now. So that makes me very optimistic, because I think in defense what we are missing is indeed a common foreign policy that will, or this unity that you are mentioning between several nations, and probably not only 2, but when I see here this forum, if we can have really a strong powers coming together, deciding to invest in this sovereignty in Europe, and I think there are a lot of ideas that have been already pitched by the Commission. But we also need to consolidate all of this and see how we can then adapt. I mean, we need the common-based technology, but we need to adapt for the needs, and we are used to do that as well, because collaboration is part of the DNA of the European players. So I think it's for us definitely possible, but we need to act now, because it's the sense of urgency that could bring the industry to indeed take that move together with the policy. And to come back on the military aircraft, yes, we are delivering only a few, but much more than what you mentioned. It's around 40 per year. And actually, what is also very important when you are in this kind of systems is to see that, for example, the C295, which is today in operation in Poland, we are building 40% of the fuselage here in Poland. So it's we have a supply chain which is really catered all over the place, and I think there are a lot of things that we can do, provided we have this common foreign policy, budget, and member states adhering to it and deciding.
There is a big cloud, and quite a dark one, hanging on this discussion today, also here. That is the prospects of the situation, political situation in the United States. As the General said, at the moment, Europe probably would not be able to defend itself without the help and assistance from the United States. Are we at all on a track to lessen this dependence, to reduce this inability to act without the support of the United States?
I'll take that easy question. But I will talk about the military. I will try to avoid any political connections because for obvious reasons. Well, first of all, I think we're all aware that quite often, even if there is a political cool-off between certain nations, powers, usually at the military level, the cooperation continues. And that's from what we expect, that despite maybe some tensions at the political level, we'll continue it for a number of reasons. Because we all have certain capabilities that sometimes US also would be interested in using and kind of executing certain missions that maybe US would not be willing to put its stamp on. On the other hand, EU is slowly building its capability as well through the rapid deployment capacity. But again, those are just small steps, so it will take a long time. The military planning and conduct capability, the MPCC, which is kind of in the future foreseen as kind of initial headquarters at the operational almost / strategic level, it's also being slowly stood up, but it takes time. That's why I'm a strong proponent that we need to try to synchronize and avoid any duplication of NATO and EU. And there are ways of doing it because NATO has well-established C2 structures which have been practiced in a number of operations. And as the best example is Operation Althea. Instead of building a parallel structure and kind of then the competition for all the resources start, let's try to combine it. Let's try to support each other and kind of agree that for these particular operations, EU is the perfect choice, while for the other one, NATO is the better one. That's the military perspective. So,
but what if the commander-in-chief one day says to those, to the European commander, the EUCOM, please don't engage? Is it at all possible that those officers in those commands, and there's so many of them, would stop acting? That would basically paralyze NATO.
Well, this is a political fiction. Okay, let's make it sure. I think what's important to remember that whether NATO and EU, this is all about the member states, right? And the power actually rests within the member states. So I think what we all need to do collectively in Europe is to build up our armed forces. Because whether at the end of the day we put the NATO flag on the top, EU for this kind of situations, or we make a coalition actually, doesn't matter. Because quite often a lot of operations start with a group of nations that decide to act quickly. And only later on we kind of turn it into more formalized, and then either one organization or the other. The UN is somewhere in the back, although from my perspective needs some serious reforms because it's not as effective as it should be. So I think we will be ready to react. And if you have the tools ready, then you can use it in whatever format the political decision is. Because we as the military, we need to be ready. We need to have all the procedures, equipment, stocks, everything prepared. So that, for me, would be an ultimate goal.
Right. So understanding the caveats that the general has, this begs the question about the plan B, which was asked at the previous panel as well. Do we have a plan B?
I think the...
Go ahead.
I think the important point is that you made earlier is independently whether it's Trump or Biden who is elected, it's a European task. So I think it's a mindset shift. It's not we react to what's happening in the US. It's the intrinsic motivation that Europeans should be able to do more for their own defense. So I think we should stop getting in this kind of, oh my God, what's happening in the US? It's bad enough, But the ambition, the motivation should be a different one. The motivation should be, we as Europeans have the ambition. First point. The second point is, we are in this kind of overarching catastrophe scenario. Trump is elected and boom, everything disappears. I think if you take a step back, I see different shades of grey, I would say. The first is a muddling through, like in the first 4 years, 2016, 2020. It wasn't that bad for Poland, by the way. You get troops on the ground. So it could be a muddling through with lots of instability, probably pressure on the economic sphere, probably pressure on spending more. But it could, be worse than now, but halfway as we used to have it. The second thing I see is kind of disruptive order by accident. That the domestic situation in the US is getting so badly that it has repercussions on Europe. Maybe people are not longer stuffed in NATO. They don't get all the directions from Washington. So we are in a total unknown.
Well, you can argue that this is already happening, both with the supplemental and with the budget problems in the United States.
But not with the military support. Yeah. Because the military support in NATO and others is still there. The third scenario would be the total disruption, where Trump would intentionally destroy European order, NATO, exit, and all that kind of things. I think even if we stay with the first scenario, we have to be better prepared than we are now. And if you look at what the general already explained, we have the military dimension, but the US has not only a military role, the political role is the important, coming back to the leadership question. The one who is keeping unity in NATO is giving directions, giving ideas, putting pressure on Europeans to improve their readiness and their responsiveness is the US. And there's no natural replacement for this political role of the US. You mentioned the military, the conventional, that cannot be easily replaced. If we would like to fill the holes that any American withdrawal would leave in the NATO defense plans and the big family of plans, we have a major problem. And even if we would spend 4%, it would take us more than a decade to fill it. So political gaps, conventional gaps, and obviously the nuclear gap. Because the nuclear deterrence in NATO is mainly built on US strategic weapons, nuclear sharing, and then as a third pillar, the independent French and British contributions. So in those three essential areas, political leadership, conventional contributions, and nuclear deterrence, we would have holes which we are not able to fill in the nuclear. Took us at least a decade to fill with a stronger financial commitment than we are having now, and the political we will not be able to fill. So I think what we have to recognize is that we would be in a totally different world, not only in Europe, but worldwide, because the question of credibility of US support concerns us in Europe, concerns Ukraine, and concerns all the other allies, like in Asia, Japan, South Korea, Australia. So the US elections are, in the first moment, about a new president. But the question behind is the question of the future of American democracy, and is the future of the credibility of US international's role. So it makes the homework just bigger.
Before you respond, Benjamin, I would like to encourage the audience to think about your questions, because we will certainly be able to take a few of them. Please.
Now, briefly, I think Europeans should read Marcus Aurelius. The way to keep sanity in life is to focus on things you control and detach yourself emotionally from things you don't control and just take them as a given. We don't control what's happening in the United States. We all want the US to stay anchored in Europe, to stay a strong internationalist country. But the truth is, we see that Congress is blocked right now. We see that the election tomorrow might have consequences. And the conclusion we have to draw from this is that we can't just flip a coin every 4 years and hope that Michigan voters will vote in the right direction. And we have to take matters in our own hand. And I'm surprised to see that there is a shyness among some in Europe about just envisioning this, thinking that it could be a self-fulfilling prophecy. But it won't. Americans are not going to decide whether or not to vote for Trump on the fact that Europeans take more ownership of their own security. If anything, it will actually make the transatlantic relationship more valuable. The question today is, can Europe defend itself? And I think everyone in Europe would say today Europe cannot defend itself on its own against a major strategic threat. But some are drawing the conclusion to say, well, then Europe shouldn't even debate and think about defending itself. That makes no sense. We should draw the exact opposite conclusion. And by the way, I mean, we're talking about future challenges, but let's just look at recent years. If you take Syria in the Middle East, I would argue that the war in Syria had major security consequences on Europe. We had terror attacks, ISIS-inspired terror attacks all across Europe. We had a migration crisis, which in 2015 was, in 2015, 2016, was the #1 political issue all across Europe. And here again, we found ourselves completely powerless to shape in any way the political outcome in Syria and you know, intervene once the Obama administration decided not to act upon its red line. And I think it will be the same thing tomorrow. Even if you have an internationalist White House that will be committed to NATO, will it want to intervene? I'll give you just another example. We had a genocide on European soil in the 1990s in Bosnia. And at the height of the American unipolar moment and growth, confidence, everything you want in the Clinton administration, it still took years for the Clinton administration to decide to intervene in the Balkans. And I'm not saying this to blame the United States, because at the end of the day, it was a much more pressing issue for Europeans. The same way, by the way, that Ukraine is a much more pressing issue for us than it is for the United States at the end of the day. And it's maybe a little bit of a taboo thing to say, but that's the truth. And so we should draw the conclusions from this. I'll just give you one last point. I was last time in DC in January with a delegation of members of parliament from all across Europe to advocate for the Ukraine aid to Congress. And we met with Democratic and Republican congressmen, some for aid to Ukraine, others against. If you speak to mostly Republicans, but not only, the best way to advocate for aid to Ukraine was to say, this is sending a message to China and deterring China and Taiwan Strait. Number 2 argument was to say, this is sending a message to Iran, which is supplying drones to Russia and Ukraine. Number 3 was about Russia. That says something also about the order of priorities. In Europe, it would be completely reverse.
Sure. We have 9 minutes and so many questions.
Oh, yeah.
The first question goes to General Tomasz Piotrowski. For our foreign guests and for those who do not recognize, this is Poland's former, quite recently retired operation commander.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much, everybody in this panel, for outstanding voices and very transparent opinion, which matters a lot this time. In the very beginning of this panel, we've heard the opinion that if Russia is on war against West, against us, it means we are under condition of war, which I fully agree. And we observe the growing hostile narration of Russia against everybody of us. We observe even physical presence closer and closer to our border. We observe also cyber attacks, a psychological disinformation operation. And it is obvious for everybody. Fortunately, we are not under the condition of military armed, full or small scale attack against us, fortunately. It means, from my perspective, it is still space to deter effectively Russia. And this is my question to you. Should we reconsider our tools, one of the main pillars of NATO, including EU countries' armies? Should we reconfigure our approach to the deterrence? And if yes, if your answer is yes, what kind of tools, what kinds of measures should we implement so far, how it is only possible, to deter effectively Russia? Thank you very much.
General?
General Tom, good to see you. A lot of great discussions always with Tom, and not an easy ones. What I can say from my perspective, and I'll be interested in the perspective of other panelists, well, Tom has touched on an important issue. We all are still officially at peacetime. Even though the war is waging on our borders, for EU borders, NATO borders, Polish border, and that's a big challenge. And we are facing it daily. You know about all the missiles that have entered our airspace. And then you're under peacetime conditions, which makes for us as the military very difficult to react sometimes. In NATO, we are still in phase 1 of the NATO crisis response system, which is indications and warnings. We never even moved to phase 2. And I think this is something that is not really a military issue, but rather political at EU, NATO, and at our government's level, because it makes it difficult for us. Because we can shoot down the particular missile, but we need your authorities. You need to tell us you're good to go to do it. And it's not an easy issue, because quite often, and we see it in our organizations, the EU and NATO, there is always this strong, I would say, lack of trust for the military commanders, and this expectation for a very strong political oversight of what the military does. So it was for Tom, it is for us very challenging, because when the missile enters Polish airspace, you probably have somewhere between a minute to 2 minutes. There is no time to call any political leader, hey, sir, ma'am, can I do it? And then obviously all the consequences, because if you shoot it down, all the debris, where it falls, who's going to potentially die, what if the missile flies or wanders into the territory of another country? So this is something that I think we all need to look at, both in NATO and EU and wider. And also on the top of it, how we create the strategic dilemmas for the other side. If we cannot do it in a kinetic way, can we do it a different way? And the French example, despite all the political sensitivities, is the great one, because we had a Russian reaction immediately the following day. So I think we all collectively, and this is more for the political leaders, we can give some suggestions as a military. Okay, what can we do, right? I.e., potentially, is it even an option that we have air defense systems established in the EU countries on the borders with Russia, and if there is a missile going in that direction, that we decide, okay, let's shoot it down over the territory of Ukraine, knowing that this is a threat to us. So for military, give just the authorities, we can do a lot. But again, a lot of political sensitivities, the risks that that our political leaders have to calculate, and then either take them or say, no, the risk is too high, we don't want it. Thank you.
Would you agree that this situation requires a strengthening of deterrence, not only by military means, but also non-military means, including legal decisions?
I completely agree. And once again, if we agree that, number one, this is an existential challenge to us, and number two, that Russia not only is attacking Ukraine, but is becoming more and more aggressive towards us. And this is really what we've been seeing. I mean, it explains also the rhetoric you're seeing coming out of Paris. We're seeing an acceleration of interference in our democracy, of massive cyber attacks, of air threats in the Black Sea and elsewhere. Then we do need to draw a different posture from it.
I think we can take one more question. Pani Professor. Microphone.
Thank you. Thank you for very really interesting discussion. You mentioned in the beginning how to defend Europe. You said building a resilient society. And then all the discussion for 2 hours was devoted to building more tanks, more planes, more to generally defending through military politics. And I understand that because it's absolutely crucial in the society who used to live in a very peaceful till now situation. But I would like maybe next time to devote more to the resilient societies. And the question is for you really. In the previous panel, we discussed about nationalism, we discussed about polarization, about inside threats to our societies. And this is to building unresilient society, not building, but the societies are developing into, lack of resilience actually right now. Thank you.
Who wants to comment? I think that resilience is one of the buzzwords of today's discussion across Europe, isn't it?
Well, actually, NATO started working on resilience for a long time, and as we know in NATO, before Article 5, we have Article 3, which clearly states that this is the responsibility of every member state to prepare to defend its own territory, sovereignty, and so on. So the discussion is ongoing, but again, this is more also on the political side of the house, because we as the military, we will be ready, we are ready. But now we need to make our societies resilient, as was the question, which is not an easy one. Because first of all, the society needs to really feel the threat and be willing to make certain sacrifices in a number of different domains. French side has clearly identified this threat for the society. The French friends call it counter-influence, that we all need to be able, first of all, identify those threats to our resilience. And again, it can come to our critical infrastructure. Our power grids can be attacked, right? Our banking systems that for all of a sudden for a day or two. Our GPS systems could be jammed, right? The civilian GPS systems for the aircraft. So we all need to, and countering it is difficult, because if you turn on any electronic warfare weapons, then with all the European Union regulations, this is very difficult. Even doing an exercise with with the electronic warfare equipment is very challenging, because then you're influencing everything: the cell phones, the radio systems, the GPS. We all heard what happened in Poland, that there were groups that were preparing to derail, right, the train. There were groups that were actively doing the espionage on our territory. So now the resilience is not about only creating the whole defense system, the critical infrastructure, the logistics system, the banking system. Basically, all the ministries in our countries have to understand the problem, identify it, and come up with the solutions, or basically the procedures that will ensure that we all can operate in crisis, but also wartime. Because right now we're at peacetime, and quite often we are not able to actually counter what the other side is doing, which is not following absolutely any rules.
And also raising awareness by encouraging public debate is important. I believe you are taking part in a project in Germany, Zeitenwende on Tour, which is actually debating the security issues across the country, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, the resilience point you mentioned, I totally subscribe to. So I think we have to think in 3 steps. It's deterrence, defense, and resilience. And resilience is utterly important. And you mentioned the technical resilience, energy grids and all this. This is something we can think about. We can think about redundancy, diversify energy supply and all that. For me, I tend to think the most critical infrastructure we have is democracy and our open societies, which are so much more difficult to protect. You can't simply build a redundancy. So if you think about democracy as the most critical infrastructure, you think about education. Are we teaching our children the difference between fact and opinion? Big question mark. Are we, in a public debate, able to understand that Russia today is not a media outlet, but a weapon of war? So if you think about resilience in the soft structures, we have an enormous homework to do in order to get the society with us and to build the resilience in the next generation and in the public. To put it in a different way, I think it's fair to say that Russia is doing a proxy war in Ukraine, because via Ukraine it is fighting our Western understanding of how we would like to run our countries. And that's about open societies, it's about democratic structures, and it's about using what we think is a strength, and I think is a strength in open society, but where Russia is actually using the weak spots. So to making that stronger, I think is a key task. And then we come into the area what our Nordic friends call total defense. Where it goes down to the community levels, where everybody knows what to do in the case of crisis. So I think that resilient societies, starting from education, up unto the technical structures, that's a big thing. We have in Germany, for example, again a debate about what we call a society service. So not a military, not the draft, not a military service, but to think about what can each person do for the state. What can each person do? What is the role, not only in the military, but in other civilian areas? And this is something what we need to relearn, because we didn't think about it for the last 30 years, because at least we in Germany thought we were surrounded by friends. And we have to learn that's still in the closer way, in the closer sense way, but the further you go, it's not. So I totally agree with this kind of society resilience is key, and we see it in Ukraine. We see that the society resilience is key. That comes to other military areas like reservist forces, which we have to rethink again.
Thank you very much. The clock is blinking, our time has ended, but we will have a couple of more panels in the afternoon part of this Warsaw European Conversation conference. Thank you so much, my panelists, Lieutenant General Piotr Błazeusz, Benjamin Haddad, Claudia Major, Johan, sorry. Yes.
Pellissier?
Pellissier.
Pellissier. Sorry. Let me invite everyone to enjoy the lunch break outside of this hall, as we need to redesign it for the afternoon session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
That was a great pleasure.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second edition of the Warsaw European Conversation and the first debate after lunch on how to reform and enlarge the EU. A topic that has been discussed a little bit also in our opening panel today morning, but we will go into detail and hopefully discuss it today, taking into account the possible scenarios, the motivations, the costs, the perspectives. And I will have the enormous pleasure of moderating the debate with our amazing guests. And I would like to invite to the stage Jana Kobzowa, Foreign Policy Advisor to the President of the Slovak Republic. Welcome, Jana. Piotr Buras, Head of the European Council on Foreign Relations here in Warsaw and the co-organizer of the event. Piotr, welcome. Borja Lacheras, the Special Advisor for Ukraine to the European External Action Service and a non-resident senior fellow with the Transatlantic Defense and Security Program at the Center for European Policy Analysis. Welcome. And last but not least, Mr. Manuel Lafont-Rapnoy, Director of the Center for Analysis, Planning and Strategy at the French Ministry for European and Foreign Affairs. Thank you so much for coming to listen to our guests. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. We have 1 hour, and then we will have 15 minutes for questions from the audience. So please be ready to use this opportunity and to ask questions. And I think I would like to start with this. I think that we generally in the EU have a consensus that enlargement is necessary. But then we hear in Brussels, when we go to Brussels, this mantra that in order to enlarge, we need to reform the EU. And in the morning, Stefano Sannino, I think, said that this discussion is fake because we cannot do both at the same time. So a little bit provocatively, and going off my scenario, I would like to go back to his words and ask whether we are ready for enlargement, and is this discussion fake? Piotr.
You know, I think we should probably differentiate between various types of reforms, because, you know, this notion of the EU not being ready for enlargement or not having this absorption capacity, which is one of the preconditions for enlargement, is a bit misleading, because if you look closely at and the institutional setup of the EU, then I would say the EU is ready for enlargement. I mean, we can take in more countries. There is, of course, we can always improve the way of functioning of the EU. We can improve the institutions, their setup, their functionality. But in the end, I think, given all that what we have discussed today already in the first two panels, this geopolitical necessity to enlarge the European Union, I think all these institutional questions pale, I think, in comparison with this very powerful need to make progress on enlargement. But when there are, of course, a number of areas where some adjustments and reforms are necessary, I don't think they require treaty reforms. I don't think they are they need very prolonged negotiations. But of course, the question of the future of the EU budget is not related to enlargement only, and I think this needs to be also understood, that we had this discussion in the second panel about how to finance military expenditures, to what extent the EU budget could be a source of money for this kind of investments. And there are many others, new objectives of the European Union which need to be funded, and enlargement is one of them. So for example, the budgetary discussion will await us anyway. So I think I don't think to cut the long story short, I wouldn't look at in this black and white categories. I think we need to have what we need to start with is the recognition that there is a very powerful argument in favor of enlarging the European Union sooner rather than later, and that we need to make sure that it is possible, and then to have a very pragmatic approach to the changes which are required in the European Union, and that's it. And so I wouldn't open the Pandora box of a huge institutional reform, because I think this is not really needed.
Not needed, but it's there. And Manuel, if you could try to explain or try to show the different motivation or the different country narratives and how they differ right now in terms of this reform, because we've had the group of 12 present their document, and we've heard about a multi-speed Europe. So then we have countries that say reform is not necessary, but then they somehow are in this discussion. So if you could try to show the different angles of this discussion that we are observing.
As a good diplomat, I'm not going to answer your question, because I think less than the different groups that we could see or could try to organize, what is, I think, more relevant is the way the discussion, the national positions are moving. In the case of France, I think everybody knows that there was a lot of support for reform and further integration, and some reluctance on enlargement, or the idea that reform would be something that should happen prior to enlargement in any case. And now you see that there is actually a lot of commitment of the government in favor of enlargement, of the necessity of enlargement, and I would very much agree with everything Piotr has said, not just on this, but on this in particular, and the idea that we can't do both things at the same time is not, I think, the French vision. On the other hand, member states who were reluctant to institutional reform because mostly they saw this reform as maybe carrying the risk of losing some kind of veto or control, the one country, one commissioner principle or the veto issue, now understand that, well, Orban has helped all of us to understand in a way that the current setup, even without enlargement, is not totally functional, and maybe we need to find solutions. Not that everybody agrees with the solutions on the table, but there is much more interest into discussing this. And so I think what is interesting is precisely the way the title of this debate is framed, which is how to do it, and not should we do it or should we do one or the other, etc. And the how question is a much better conversation to have, and is a conversation that precisely, if we go a little bit more into details, can help us understand how to overcome the kind of more traditional positions that I would have described if I had answered your question.
Jana, then how to do it? What's your magical answer to the question posed in today's panel? Meaning what's the first step right now, since we have a few months to go before the end of the current commission, then half a year, as we heard, of a moment of the new commission setting itself. We have European elections, elections in countries. Then what to do now? What's the perspective for 2024 and going further?
Thank you for the invitation. I think basically your question and what Stefano Sannino referred to in the morning, I think, is the typical Gramscian question of, what's going to prevail? Is it going to be the pessimism of the intellect or optimism of the will, right? And I think when you're looking at the time frame, it's not 2024. I mean, enlargement everywhere has been a gruesome process and grueling process for a couple of years. So it's something that we'll have to deal with for a while. But I think, it's still it's, the train has left the station. We are at the stage when we are enlarging. That was the commitment we've given to a number of countries now, including Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova. I still think, and it's important to have the answer to the question of why we're doing it. What has been the motivation behind it? Because I think that fundamentally will also dictate how we're going to approach it as an EU institution and as member states. And unlike any other previous wave of enlargement post-1999, this enlargement is taking place in a geopolitically malign environment, right? All the other enlargements happened, or expansions, including the Big Bang in 2004, happened in an environment which was geopolitically benign for the EU. That's not the case anymore. And I think the biggest change is, of course, unsurprisingly, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but it's driving the recognition among the EU leaders that the whole concept of Europe and Russia living at peace with a couple of countries in between who would be either part of the grey zone or well-governed outside of the EU or NATO countries has collapsed as a vision. And that's something that has driven a lot of the determination to expand and that will continue to drive the EU's approach for the years to come, that realization that basically you cannot have that zone of instability and those countries are either part of the EU's EU membership or they're part of Russia. There's no other way. I mean, it's somehow difficult awakening, I think, for a lot of people because, and it's been discussed today as well, the EU has been born as a peace project, as a post-modern, post-geopolitical actor. And yet you're facing a revisionist Russia which wants to go back to the concert of powers Europe. And the result is that the decision to grant the candidate status to the three countries.
Borja, going to you, since we're in this is something that we're in enlargement mode, but having in mind Ukraine, do we need a peace in order to enlarge, or can we enlarge without a peace deal?
A very good question, Dzień dobry. I wanted also to comment. I mean, I come from a country, Spain. When I grew up, we found it very funny, still this saying that Europe finishes in the Pyrenees. To me, it's okay because I'm from the Pyrenees, but the rest of the country is not. So the EU was never conceived to include Poland, and it was never conceived to include Spain. So that gives you a little bit of perspective. To your question, I think we have to be very frank. The war will rage on, bar black swan scenarios. The war will rage on for years. The Russians are preparing. Their planning is for a war for several more years. That we know they have at least the capacity of waging the war at this scale for 2 more years at least. And so I think it's, and they will launch a summer offensive at some point between May and the summer. And the only question is whether they will mobilize again. And that's a little bit of perspective. It's not going to be peace in Ukraine anytime soon. And Putin is convinced he can win, and he will not stop in Ukraine. So that a bit of perspective. Understanding this, and I think it's great what the French president is trying to do now. I think it's a moment of audacity. I think the candidate status decision in June 2022 was a moment of audacity. And but just like Jana said, it's not only a little bit of solidarity. It's, I think, an answer to the question. Gray zones in Europe, which at some point included this country as well, Poland. They're not a recipe for security, rather they're a recipe for imperialist encroachment. So what I'm trying to say is that there will not be enlargement to Ukraine anytime soon, not on the time frame for the politicians who need to run the show for the next 5 years or the next 4 years. But I think we have to be audacious and try. It's not a dichotomy, Joanna, like in and out. There are things we have to do now. I think possibly will not happen, but I think if you look at NATO, I think the allies should extend an invitation for Ukraine to join. It doesn't have to. We don't need that date, but it's the more audacious we are, the fewer options we leave to the Russians, and that brings the question of security guarantees. There are people who are proposing that we or NATO enlarges to Ukraine with a restricted Article 5. Article 5, by the way, doesn't cover Ceuta and Melilla in northern Spain, so there are precedents. I don't have a very strong opinion on that, but I know for sure that this is not an in and out, that we need to do things in between. So when it comes to the EU, I think it's been mentioned a stage accession for sure, and I think we need to expedite enlargement. But I agree that requires reforms as well. That requires bitter pills to swallow for the candidate countries. So it's not a free-for-all entry pass. But we need to do things now, because I think it's important that people to understand that the closer Ukraine is to the European security architecture, now they're outside, the closer we have some semblance of path towards peace. But of course, that doesn't compensate the fact that in the short to the midterm, the war will rage on at this scale. So yes, audacity, and we need this sort of stage accession, invitation to join NATO. No date, but you have to invite them.
But do you think that there's NATO accession should happen or will happen before EU accession, or do you think?
I'm not a NATO guy, so on this I speak with total liberty. Unfortunately, I don't think some of the governments on both sides of the Atlantic are ready to do so. But what I'm trying to say is that keeping Ukraine out, it's an incentive for Russia to do whatever it wants on Ukraine, and while they rearm and they think of attacking other countries. Moldova for sure has been mentioned, but he mentioned Poland 37 times in this interview with Tucker Carlson. If I were a Pole like Piotr, I would be very worried. Yeah.
Joanna, can I chip in on that? Following up on your question and Borja's answer, I think I would probably reframe this topic a little bit, because you ask about whether European integration can happen before a peace settlement has been struck. And I would rather say that probably a credible perspective of the EU membership and a credible perspective of anchoring Ukraine in the Western structures is a precondition for Ukraine's victory in this war. And in that sense, also for the cessation of hostilities or cessation of war, perhaps not peace settlement. And this is something what Mark Leonard referred to in the first panel, saying that we need to reframe this narrative about Ukraine's victory. So it's because, as our opinion polls show, the majority of Europeans basically do not believe in Ukraine being able to regain the whole territory it has lost after 2014. This is a major impediment on our readiness to support Ukraine in long term, because it's very difficult to support a country or support a cause which you don't believe is viable. So the thing is that if I could imagine a situation in which for a longer or shorter, hopefully shorter than longer transition period, Ukraine, a part of Ukraine, the huge part of Ukraine, which is not occupied by Russia, is part of the European Union, is a part of NATO as well. And this is what basically can constitute Ukraine's victory in this war, because this war is not just about territory, or not about territory in the first place. In the first place, it's about democracy in Ukraine, about Ukrainian statehood, about Ukraine's European integration or orientation or westernization of Ukraine. So if we can make sure that this fundamental goal of Ukraine is respected and is achieved, then this is probably the only way to perhaps not to end this war forever, but to find a settlement which could be lasting, as it was in the case of West Germany after the Second World War, and that brings me to the point we raised at the very beginning. That okay, so what does constitute this credible perspective? When is our policy credible? Is our policy towards Ukraine and other also accession countries credible if we say, look, we don't have an absorption capacity at the moment in the European Union. Our institutions are not ready, so we cannot accept you as members as long as we have not reformed our institutions. But we don't know when we are able to reform those institutions. Probably we are not able to reform those institutions because we don't find a consensus within 27 countries. So is this really a credible message which we are sending to the candidate countries? I think it's not. I mean, that's why I would be very much, I'm personally in favor of some reforms when it comes to the majority voting and scrapping unanimity in some, but I would really decouple this to this institution, purely institutional debate from the enlargement debate, in order to make a clear geopolitical case. You know, for the reasons I've just explained, we just need to do whatever it takes maybe to achieve it. And of course, but what is very important, the part of it is the security component, and it is absolutely necessary. So NATO or whatever, probably. We don't know what is the future of NATO under Trump. We have Trump, so we have so many question marks. But I think, in general terms, I think the security component is key, because we need to also have a very strong deterrent against the possible potential, Russian aggression in the future. So this anchoring of Ukraine in the West should consist of European integration and a security arrangement.
I agree, but at the end, we do have that, and we had that link between the two, and that's why we also linked it a bit provocatively as well today in our discussion, and meaning that it has been used by those that would like reform, argumenting that we need reform in order for enlargement, and now it's being used by sovereigntist camps in Europe as an argument. So my question is to you, Jana, how do you think this narrative that is played out, this is more of a political question now rather than how to, but I think very important as well, because we can say it's best to cut the two, but I think that in the months to come, in Poland, for example, and I hope that we will have a little bit of time also to discuss this important issue in Poland, because I think it will also be very difficult for Poland to work out these narratives. But how do you, Jana, think that these sovereigntist camps within the EU will work around this narrative?
I want to come back to one point that Piotr mentioned, and then I'll answer the question. I mean, it goes back to what you asked about the peace deal and integration. I think, whatever the final contours of a potential settlement are, you cannot ignore the fact that for any country to accede to the EU, their security needs and insecurity needs to be addressed. There is a deep and justified sense of insecurity, not just in Ukraine, also Moldova, not to mention Georgia, which part of the territory remains occupied by Russia. And we spend a lot of time discussing the EU preparation for potential enlargement. We need to discuss the same thing on the preparedness of our partners to do that. There is a lot of work that needs to be done. We're not starting from scratch. The DCFTAs with the 3 countries have helped to adjust part of the economy, standards, and so on. So we're not starting from scratch, but the road is also a bit longer than I think a lot of the political statements imply for the moment for any of the 3 countries to join. That's first, but you cannot ignore the fact that that security or insecurity in the region needs to be addressed in some way. I mean, if you look at Central European region, which is already part of the European Union, our government bonds have gone up since February 2022, right? So that determines your level of foreign direct investment, that determines the business environment, and so on and so on. You cannot do that if you have your countries and cities shelled, as you have today in Odessa. So that needs to be addressed. That's first. On the EU side, I think, the enlargement is not purely a geopolitical decision. It also implies changes in the way the EU works. Yes, it shouldn't be an excuse for not to enlarge. That's why the terms of reference for what are we actually discussing, how we're going to reform, is so important, because it's different if you say, what are the minimalist necessary things we need to do to be able to function as EU 36? Or do you turn it into a beauty contest of 27 ideas of how the EU should behave and what the EU should be, right? And that's why it's so important to define what we're actually going to discuss. If it's the former, you know, you have 3 big branches, which is obvious, it's the way we vote. You know, this is a foreign policy crowd, so a lot of that is focused on unanimity and QMV. Most of the decisions are already made by the QMV in the EU. So, and even in areas where that has not been the case, before we have found the ways around that, right? That's the bailout fund. That was the possibility with the 50 billion for Ukraine. So even that is not the biggest obstacle. It's the same about how we distribute the budget, the cohesion funds, agriculture policy. I think, you know, frankly, you know, how do we as the EU found a sustainable development model and an economic model is equally important than just tinkering with what we're going to do with this or that budget file. And in a way, the outcomes of the other panel that is discussing the geoeconomics are going to be as important to the enlargement as what we're discussing here. And the last bit that I think the EU needs to address, partly because of the rule of law issues in the European Union, but not just the rule of law, it's also, you know, how do you basically enforce our own rules on our own territory? That's not just about rule of law, that's been about the Maastricht criteria, which we have agreed upon a long time ago, not really enforced, finding a mechanism how to do that. So these are broadly 3 things that we'll need to be doing, but it really depends on whether we set the exercises. You know, are we just preparing for the enlargement, or are we reforming the entire EU, and what kind of the EU are we going to have? I think if we are in the second debate, the path is much rockier than what we think now.
Definitely. Manuel, we said we need to address these insecurities. How to do that? We heard today, I think that how I understand it, is that nuanced approach that was mentioned today also morning to enlargement, and that this is one of the paths. What do you think?
I very much agree with what you were saying on the difficulty that no NATO membership for Ukraine would raise. And so I'm very much in favor of it, speaking as a policy planner, not an official, but I think it is the one part that is consistent. Nonetheless, I don't see that happening in the near future. I think there is a credibility issue in terms of, as Piotr was saying, it would help to be credible on that. It would help to end the war. Plus, there is Moldova, who is not a candidate to NATO, but there's a security issue with Moldova also. And so there is one thing in the EU treaties, which is Article 42.7, which is how the EU ensures its collective security, its collective defense. And if I were a reluctant NATO member, reluctant towards NATO accession, I would think of what happens if there is an aggression when Ukraine is part of the EU and Article 42.7 comes into play, and what that means for NATO and its credibility if NATO says, it's not us. But if I'm an EU member, and a consistent and serious one, I think on how to make Article 42.7 more credible. And I think we have to consider the 2 paths. There's no quick fix politically available right now on the NATO path, so we can continue to push on that, but we have to also take into account the EU bits, the EU responsibility. And there is even something beyond that, which is, I understand what Jana was saying on the idea that it's either you are going to be swallowed by Russia or you're joining the EU. But the fact is that there will be countries that will not be joining the EU because they don't want to, and who are not going to be on Russia's side. And we need to have a sense of how this is going to work in the context where, from the Russian perspective, it's very much an either-or kind of binary approach. And so The European political community, which a lot of people thought was initially was a kind of alternative to enlargement, actually is also helpful on the way to the accession, but also for those countries who are not going to be into accession, to keep the kind of strategic cohesion that we need to look for, to aim for.
But I see you wanted to respond on the Article 42.7.
No, I was just going to say that there's, although, yeah, we mentioned the geopolitical argument, but sometimes I feel that, you know, in our discussions in Brussels, there's an important lack of honesty, you know, because then, so most countries, I think, now envisage that the EU will eventually one day enlarge to Ukraine and Moldova, but of course now they're looking at the cost and they're looking at the impact of the on their parts of their electorate. So I think there are three ideas that when we talk among ourselves on the way forward, is that I think there's three premises that we have to understand. Is that the electorate must support enlargement, even if the details sometimes, you know, it's not that we put every decision to vote, and the European electorates are generally supportive, but here in Poland also we see that we have sectorial interests that militate against enlargement. But that's important too, which takes me to premise number two, that the candidate countries, unfortunately, must swallow bitter pills. Spain had to get rid of most of its fishing fleet before joining the EU, and you know, vineyards were shed, and that happened at the same time of the industrial reconversions. There was a lot of social tension, but we were not fighting an existential war. So what I'm trying to say is that I understand there are discussions on the autonomous trade measure for Ukraine, but that is different to spilling grain that goes not to Poland, that is going to Germany, or blockading the border. That's very problematic. That's not a bitter pill. That's worse than that. And the third premise, which is related to the second one, is that I think it's very important that governments do not pander to populistic instincts. I know it goes against their DNA, but sectorial interests are not national interests. And it's important, sometimes sectorial interests are confused as national interests. And on those bases, I want to recall the Granada commitments, where it was pretty clear, like, we are committed to enlargement. This will require an adaptation of policies. The common agricultural policy is again important. My country is the second recipient, I think, still. We need to do institutional reforms, maybe not all, but some we have to do. And thirdly, we have to sort of agree, and this will be a multi-year discussion, what type of enlargement. Like, not another big bang, but okay, maybe we can do things in between. So if member states agree to that, so now it's for the next institutional setup to carry it out. Mm-hmm.
I understand that the European Commission was supposed to launch an EU reform blueprint, but that was postponed to next week, where we would see what reforms need to be done within the EU in order to go ahead. And I guess that's also a signal, but we're still waiting. Yeah.
Can I just on this, because I think I'm a bit more ambitious or demanding on what we need to achieve with reform than you both are. Not just because I think it's an opportunity and we should not waste it, because as Borja was saying, we need popular support not just for enlargement but also for further integration, and that's going to be a big deal. And in some cases, even just for enlargement, there will be countries where you will have to hold referendums. And so it's not just a kind of general permissive atmosphere. In some cases, it's going to be campaign and votes at the end. But I think it's important because we are moving from a situation where you had pro-Europeans and anti-Europeans, and Brexit in a way still catalyzes a vision where you have pro-European forces, and those who don't agree with the way the EU is now are basically wants to get out. But the reality is that more and more you have a number of pro-Europeans forces who cast themselves as pro-Europeans but say we want a different EU. We don't want out of the EU, but we want a very different EU. And so there is a need not to clarify, but to actually consolidate and strengthen what the EU is about. On institutional reform, I think most of the time people focus on the QMV issue. The QMV issue, if we were to do the most ambitious version of what is on the table now, it would have not changed anything to what Orban said did in Granada. So this is not a quick fix that by magic solves everything. There's a deeper problem than that. So I'm not saying QMV is not important, but there's more than that, and there's more than just unanimity and decision making. There's the size of the Commission and the way it functions. We know that the way the Commissioner for Enlargement works was problematic at some point. There's the role of the European Parliament. If you want the people to feel ownership with European politics, the idea that the European Parliament should have a right of initiative is not totally stupid, makes a lot of sense. There's the space for citizens. There's the rule of law issue, where we see that what we have now as a toolbox to protect and uphold the rule of law is probably not exactly enough for the kind of challenges we're facing. So we probably need to work on that. Being very French, I think that you have the discussion on this differentiated integration. I don't like the multi-speed image, but everyone has its own metaphor. But this idea of differentiated integration is something that exists already. The Eurozone, not everybody is in, and actually some members who are not in are really not trying to move forward that step. Ask the Swedes about it. They are very clear about the fact that they have not formally opted out, but they are not making any progress on that road. I know here it's a different debate. But Schengen is also differentiated integration, and I think, as I was saying at the beginning, there's a kind, it's not a full change of heart, but there's a kind of reconsideration of maybe after all there's something there that might be useful, and that's why we need to have a discussion about under which conditions would differentiated integration be acceptable to the whole member states or would be consistent with what the EU project is about. We know what the EU integrity holds to, everything we discussed during Brexit, single markets, the rule of law and the authority of the Court of Justice, the fact that there's one Commission, one Parliament, all of this is what makes the EU consistency. If we can find conditions under which we do differentiated integration or multi-speed or pioneer groups or whichever metaphor you prefer, that respect these conditions, that the groups are open, they are not exclusive, those who want to join later will be able to join later, and those who are in the system remain under the authority of this kind of general framework. Is that starting to look like something that everybody can accept? And I think it's important, not because I want France and a few others to move along more quickly, but I think it changes the dynamic. We move from a situation where one country who does not want to do stuff can block all the rest to a situation where, since you can't block, either you join or you don't. But that's what we did with permanent structured cooperation on defense. It was blocked. We decided to have a provision of the treaty that allowed some members to move ahead, and all of a sudden everybody joined, except for Malta, which is too small, and Denmark, which had an opt-out on which they have now come back. So if you change the logic, I'm not saying it solves everything, but, and my last point, it's not just about institutional reforms, it's also about public policies, European public policies. I have just one example, which is economic and social convergence, which used to be a big thing in the EU discussions, which is less of a big thing these days as a policy, whereas I think there's a lot of reasons why it should be an even bigger thing. And with enlargement, if we want to be serious about enlargement, convergence is going to be really, really important. It is important now when we have all the discussions about EU industrial policy, all the discussions about is it just Germany or just Germany and France who are going to take advantage of an EU industrial policy that would be counter this idea of convergence. So how do we do an industrial policy that works for convergence? But if you're thinking of bringing in the Balkans country, convergence becomes an even bigger challenge. And that's a public policy. It's not an institutional setup, but we need to work on that. And then there's defense and et cetera, et cetera.
But look, I just, if I may just react on that, I think, you know, on differentiated integration, I think, you know, we have provisions of the EU treaty which make it possible to have an enhanced cooperation in the EU, and they are rarely used. I mean, there are only very few examples where basically the countries have been able to agree upon a framework of enhanced cooperation. So it's not that we do not have institutional arrangements which would allow us to move forward, but there is simply no political will. And I think this is, France and Germany is a very good example. I think if France and Germany cannot agree on fundamental issues of European integration, it is very unlikely that we will have a group, an avant-garde of European integration.
You are suggesting that France and Poland should do a differentiated integration without Germany.
I think it simply won't happen. I think it won't happen. I mean, that's the reality. So I think there are reasons, political reasons, why it doesn't work. So it's all. I think this idea of differentiated integration is very.
Eurozone happened, and
yeah,
UK was against it.
Yeah, Eurozone is a good example. But I think but this is exactly what I referred to before. That we talk enlargement and start discussing issues related to the institutional setup of numerous problems related to the EU, which is by far not a perfect project, and will never become a perfect project, most probably, and should be improved, of course. But I think the risk, the danger in this debate is that we shift from this euphoria about enlargement and that geopolitical necessity and we need to do it to say a watershed moment for the European integration and for Europe security and so on, and that we shift again to the debates like we had around the Nice Treaty or the Amsterdam Treaty and others in the past. We're discussing the nitty-gritties of the EU's institutional setup, and I think this is. So that's why I would like to, bring this debate back on this field of enlargement policy and reflect, for example, what is now really, what are the next few steps which needs to be taken to make a progress, because if we start discussing institutional reforms, so we get stuck. I mean, I'm sure we all have already got stuck, basically, and then so I think for example, what we really need, and I fully agree with Manuel that there are a number of issues related to policies, agriculture, budget, cohesion. It's definitely this is what really matters, and then Poland will have presidency in the European Union next year. And I think what should be one of Polish priorities next year is something what I would call the Warsaw Agenda 2030 or Warsaw Agenda 2025, whatever, in reference to the Berlin Agenda 2000, which was a package of reforms of exactly of these issues, of these policies, especially the preparation of the EU budget, basically for the EU accession of the big bank countries. And I think we need it for two reasons, because we need it for ourselves, because we need to be prepared, but we also need it as a message to the candidate countries that we are serious about this process. Because if we just imagine, we will have a new multi-annual financial framework for 2028 to 2034. If this new EU budget is not ready for enlargement, is basically not prepared. So the political signal which we are sending to Ukraine, to the countries, is actually we probably won't be able to take you in until 2034, because we have discussions about the budget starting next year. Very serious discussions, but we are not thinking about an enlarged union. We are thinking of a union which is EU of 27. So for me, for example, this would be a very politically and institutionally a very important step to be taken. Perhaps Warsaw Agenda is too ambitious because this is the first half of the. But Poland could start this process, and we could agree upon a plan for the reform of the EU budget ahead of the new MFF.
but again, you link the strong message to the enlargement countries, and you say that because the enlargement countries, I think that they had many signals in the past as well. So what they need is probably something tangible, and you link that tangible thing to an EU reform because you need to reform the budget.
But but the fact is that you cannot enlarge the European Union. Simply, you cannot enlarge the European Union without providing the new member states with financial resources.
But coming to the budget, because it's the second time you mentioned the EU budget, and of course it's important because of the question is, who will pay for enlargement, and this is a very, a question that is asked, and Mujahid Rahman, I had a quote from him, said that numbers make it clear that root and branch reform of the EU budget and its major policies will be needed if Ukraine is to ever join, or that entire Ukraine question will have to be dealt with innovatively and outside of the EU budget structures.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Russia should pay for enlargement. I'm not entirely joking. I mean, what do we mean with absorption capacity? How is that measured? Let me give you, these are data from, you've mentioned Muhtaba Rahman, I'm going to mention Martin Wolf in the Financial Times last month. So all the sums that are to be budgeted or should be budgeted to support Ukraine this year, which I think he mentioned the Ukraine facility, which is for a 4-year period, plus the supplemental in the US package, all of them plus the other contributions are 0.25% of the GDP combined of the EU, the US, and the UK. It's peanuts. And I agree that adds a little bit of context. So I'm not joking when I say that Russia should fund the enlargement for Ukraine. I mean, we have a fantastic discussion on Monday in the Foreign Affairs Council about not the confiscation of the assets because we're too prudent, but the revenues, the windfall revenues, so not the assets, but the money they produce.
3 billion.
And I was going to say that indeed we are supporting Ukraine through a fund that is not in the budget, that it was thanks to my boss pushing the peace facility. And that has been a total out of budget, and it has worked relatively well. So for enlargement, and definitely for reconstruction of Ukraine, that's actually international law. I think the asset confiscation of the windfall revenues of the assets is one of the way forwards. We don't have the political capacity now to come up with another fund, but I think for the next commission, it's something we have to think. I don't think this sums, and we're talking about several billion euros, could be tailored to, also could be allocated to the EU budget for legal issues, but we can think of a specific fund. So no, I don't think it's a joke that Russia should, and I hope eventually will, put a little bit of money for enlargement to Ukraine.
Yeah, no.
I have a couple of comments. I think the first one is we're doing a bit of a typical thing. We agree there is a big grand vision, and then we boil it down to kind of intra-institutional adjustments, which is something that the EU is really good at, the kind of EU navel-gazing. I think, look, the biggest change has happened already. It happened between February 2022 and June 2022. The EU leaders have taken the mental leap, and all of a sudden, EU 36 is an option. It wasn't an option before. It was a theoretical option. On February 23rd, 2022, if we were sitting in Warsaw, we'll be probably debating if Western Balkans can join in 10 years, right? So that change has happened. That's first. I think the other point I wanted to make, I mean, Manuel, you mentioned the Article 42 of the EU treaty. I agree. I think I have two caveats. One of them is it's never been tested. Second, Sweden and Finland both had it. They still applied to join NATO. So I think it's just to understand that it's a different perspective for a country that's Austria, right, or Ireland, and it's a very different perspective for a country like Ukraine or Moldova, with Moldova, of course, not having even an ambition to join NATO. But I think, going back to this insecurity issues, that's something that needs to be kept in mind, that for, if your only tool is a hammer, then every problem looks like a nail, right? But for some of these countries, the EU is not the only solution, or it's not the first solution. The last point I want to make about the enlargement and who's going to pay for it, without kind of painting too rosy a picture, this is not a one-way street. This is not something that the EU is going to pay for and these countries are going to benefit from. If you look at all the previous waves of enlargement, the spillover effects were very good for both the countries that joined, but also the previous members. Like if you look at Austrian GDP, if you look at the German market, how they benefited from Central European enlargement, that doesn't take away the fact that some of the sectors have been specifically affected, the labor has moved and the factories have moved, but overall that was a net gain. Again, if you look at especially Ukraine in terms of the size of the market, if you look at it in terms of agriculture and so on, that's a potential asset for the EU as a member state. A lot of that is going to be devastated by the war, but at the same time, and that's my last point, when you're thinking about enlargement, you're at one point looking at what the EU will look like, but you also need to acknowledge that Ukraine and Moldova that will one day join the EU is going to be a different Ukraine and different Moldova that will join the EU than what they are now in terms of governance, corruption, business environment, ability to do business, and ability to grow as a country. And that's something that you need to acknowledge. Otherwise, I mean, the moment you start seeing the enlargement as a give or take between the EU and the neighborhood countries, you've lost the argument. And I don't think it's not intellectually honest. Without kind of acknowledging all the damage that has been done in Ukraine or the damage that that Moldova is suffering from because of the hybrid warfare from Russia.
Definitely, but probably the EU might also be a totally different, in a totally different place when that moment comes. Talking about concrete. Piotr, you wanted to add something? Or?
Just maybe very briefly, because I wanted to very strongly endorse what Jana said about the cost of enlargement, and because I think this is one of the myths which need to be really dispelled in the public debate, and be also in Poland with regard to the current situation and the protests we have against the imports from Ukraine, which have some important reasons, but in general, I think there are very serious calculations showing that the budgetary cost of of enlargement and accession of Ukraine, the Western Balkan countries are negligible. Is really very limited. I think Marek Dąbrowski is probably here, Professor Marek Dąbrowski, who is co-author of a recent Bruegel paper, which calculates the budgetary costs at roughly 16 billion euro per year of Ukraine's accession. But what is, I think, very important is that it is really not about the budget. I think this is the benefits of enlargement, the costs of enlargement are not related to the budget. The budget is the least important thing. This is about single market, the benefits of as Jana said, for the economy as a whole. It's security of investments. It is a lot of other benefits which can, with the potential of Ukraine, especially they accelerate the European economy a great deal. So I think this is very important to reframe also this debate, because we are constantly concentrating on the costs of enlargement. We talk very little about the costs of non-enlargement, which is yet another completely different conversation. And we sometimes, and I think this is very much about Poland in the current situation, that we define the interests of certain interest groups or social groups, businesses, as interests, as national interests of the country. And Poland is not Poland, Slovakia, Spain, or France are not black boxes. It's not that we have. There are various interest groups. We have the importers or the producers of grain, but we also have the milk industry, and the milk industry is now extremely worried about the blockades of the border. They believe that they powerful interests are at stake because some other interest group is fighting against them. So I think we need to find a. Of course, this is one of the key challenges we are facing at the moment, to find a solution to that, because if we don't find it in Poland and between Poland, Ukraine, and the European Commission, how to solve these very delicate issues, I think it will compromise the whole enlargement process, because it is our responsibility basically to show, to demonstrate that these are problems, of course, these are conflicts of interest, but they are soluble. We can solve them. And if we don't demonstrate that, then we will undermine the whole project.
Yeah. Just for once, I agree with Piotr. Now, I was going to say it's very important that he differentiated with sectoral interest. That's what I've said before. National interest. See, for instance, Spain imports from the Ukrainians foodstuffs that for our livestock, and people don't know it, but we're a major importer of stuff that our cows, our pigs eat, and it's so Spanish ham actually owes a lot to the Ukrainians. Sunflower oil, we also import sunflower, but now, for instance, thanks to disinformation campaigns, we might be seeing today an attempted blockade of the port of Santander for some kind of agricultural associations I've never heard of, and because there are Ukrainian producers that are coming. So, however, also, playing a little bit devil's advocate, I think for whatever we say here, we plan or we debate, we need to factor in the fact that the war could get worse, and that we might be doing all these things in different scenarios of conflict with Russia. I mean, so someone said it before, we're in the menu. So it's not, unlike 2004 when we had the luxury of, the wars in the Balkans were no longer raging on. We could do all this gigantic, strategic design for bringing in so many countries. But there's a scenario where in a very few years, Russia thinks that it can go beyond Ukraine and maybe test a NATO or an EU country. And what I'm trying to say is that I struggle to see any scenario where the Ukrainians lose the war, and I don't think they have to, whereby the EU survives as it is. Because it will, so I think it's very important that enlargement cannot be separated, this discussion, from the reality of the war and the reality that Russia has no B plan, and the A plan is destroying Ukraine, taking Moldova for sure, and maybe seeing if they can destroy NATO. And destroying NATO is destroying the EU. So I think that's, for me, that I wanted to make that point.
Jana.
I just want to react to what Piotr said and actually support what he's saying. I mean, going back to the dichotomy between pessimism of the intellect and optimism of the will, I think with the grain and truck drivers license was a clear example of where the optimism of the will has actually done quite a damage when it comes to support for Ukraine's EU accession in countries which had never really have a discussion whether Ukraine should join. Of course they should join, right? And now all of a sudden, in the countries that will be among the biggest proponents of enlargement, you're having a serious discussion about, is this really a good idea? How much is it going to cost? So, doing the solidarity in a sophisticated way, as was mentioned, I think, by Minister Sikorski today in the morning as well, that solidarity has to be shared. It's kind of finding the balance with a dose of political realism, which on one hand helps Ukraine create budget revenues, so it doesn't just rely on loans and grants, but on the other hand, doesn't do it in a way that damages the support for the long-term goal. And that has not always been the case. I mean, in case of Slovakia, I think if I'm not wrong, it was the same in Poland. We had 7-year transition period after we've joined the EU for some of these areas, right? So on one hand, finding quick wins and solutions is very important, but doing it in a way that doesn't undo the overall purpose of the exercise, which is to bring Ukraine closer to the EU.
I think you mentioned a very important thing, and that brings me to my question to Piotr. So I'll just say that we will have possibility to give you the microphone, so if you have questions, please prepare. But that brings me to Poland and Prime Minister Donald Tusk, and when you said that it for countries that have always, been pro-enlargement, and the last situations have made it more difficult. And we've been hearing for the past months that Poland's in the mainstream of European politics, but there's this European perspective that the Prime Minister is to play in his role in the EU leadership and within, for example, the mentioned Weimar Triangle and so on. But there's also the local perspective of law and justice, of peace, pressuring very hard. And we have elections coming, local elections, then European elections, then very crucial presidential elections. And then we have the presidency where we will have this broker role. So the question is, how will Prime Minister Tusk work out around this?
Of course, I don't know what solution ultimately will be found, but I think they have a few components of the problem, and probably we need to differentiate among them. I think the one is, of course, the domestic political situation, which is tense, and these protests, which have various reasons. The protests are to if you look at facts, if you look at figures, they have quite relatively little to do with the imports from Ukraine. They have the problems are real, but the sources of the problem are elsewhere. So the problem are the falling global prices for food. They are partly perhaps the perspectives of the Green Deal, but not so. But to a much lesser extent, the imports from Ukraine when it comes to grain. We have a legacy problem with grain, which for a number of reasons, also because of failures of the previous government, came to Poland in last year or 2 years ago after the liberalization. So the stocks of grain are full, so we need to do something with that. So I think this is the most immediate problem which needs to be solved, is how to get rid of this grain which is now blocking the stocks and making problems for the farmers. So probably the one idea is, and I think one solution which comes to my mind is for the Polish government to buy it out basically, and or part of it, and use it for biogas or for whatever for the different purposes, and that would at least solve to a large extent the grain problem, because the Black Sea transport route is now open. There is no risk that this grain crisis would reappear in the upcoming months. There are problems with other products, with sugar. There are problems with eggs, with chicken or dairy, and so this is quite a challenge. But this is another component of this crisis or this problem we have at the moment with Ukraine, that we are at a stage of the trade liberalization which normally happens at the end of the accession process. So basically, we with the ATMs, these autonomous trade measures, they came into force with the decision of the EU to liberalize trade, and so basically the single market is open for the Ukrainian products. And now we had the discussion in the first panel about the expedite procedure in the enlargement process. Actually, the debate which is awaiting us now is how to take back what has been granted to Ukraine over the last basically two years. So how to limit Ukraine's access to the market again, how to bring it back on the basis of the DCFTA, of the trade liberalization agreement which Ukraine has had with the European Union. So I think this is politically a very challenging situation, because Ukraine is arguing, we are at war, we need to have these revenues, we need to have an open market, and the countries like Poland or Slovakia or perhaps others as well would say, but these measures were meant to be temporary. They were not meant to be for 3, 4, 5 years. They were meant to be for 1 year, maybe for 2. But now we want to extend it for yet another year. So I think this is exactly the problem which we need to solve politically, and I think it cannot be solved between Poland and Ukraine. It needs to be a solution needs to be found at the European level. Then, of course, this is in a way a test for the Polish government of its ability to build compromises at the EU level where also some fundamental Polish interests are at stake. So I think this is a very interesting example and a test case for Poland's European policy, I think.
Do we have questions from the room? No questions? Are we sure? Okay, then I will. There is a question. Okay, because I have a. In case there are no questions, then I have a question.
Hi. One of the striking things about the enlargement debate that we have at the moment is this paradox that on the one hand, there is I think a complete consensus, well, pretty close to complete, that geopolitically there is no option other than integrating Ukraine, Moldova, other countries into the EU, into our security space, and to create a reality of the European aspirations of these countries. It's not just their desire. It's also very much in our interests as EU member states to do that. But on the other hand, we're designing a process that's almost perfectly designed to make that politically impossible, both intergovernmentally by bringing up all the different barriers. I'm not just talking about the 50 veto points for Viktor Orban as we start opening chapters, but the fact that we're saying that we need to reform the institutions and get rid of unanimity, which obviously any member state can veto, and the discussions about net contributors and the MFF and the common agricultural policy and all these other elements of it, which make it politically toxic and impossible for member states. But it's actually also creating a kind of mass mobilization of opposition to Ukraine, and we already saw that happening in a more minor way with the association agreement when there was a referendum in the Netherlands when people voted against it. And I'm just wondering how we get out of this conundrum between the sort of the necessity in security terms, but the impossibility in political terms, particularly if we go down this route, because it feels to me that you don't need a huge amount of imagination to see this route that we're going down being as counterproductive as the accession process was with Turkey, where you get 10 years down the line and it's both alienating in most European capitals, but also very alienating in Kyiv, and there's a sense of mutual betrayal and frustration. So what can one do to make sure that doesn't happen? And also this whole process of chapters and negotiations doesn't really feel that relevant to the existential trauma that Ukraine faces at the moment, which is about security, about access to artillery, and in economic terms, it's less about aligning itself with the EU, and it's much more about just becoming a bit less dependent on the rest of the world to function on a daily basis, to be able to pay salaries, to support the... So anyway, it'd be great to hear what sorts of things we can do. And I think Piotr was also brought to life in really vivid terms that it's even harder than all that, because actually Ukraine's already got most of the benefits of EU accession. So in the eyes of some member states, the big challenge now is not about gradual integration, it's gradual disintegration. And going back to the DCFTAs, stopping the free movement of people, which are the most attractive bits normally in an accession process.
Who wants to start? Borja.
I guess a few things. Hello, Mark. Yeah, you're hitting the nail on the head. The Ukrainians realize, you just have to talk to Olga Stefanishina, who is very fast, the Deputy Minister for Integration. They realized, Mark, long ago that the process is designed to not make it happen. And so they're sort of pushing to change the methodology, because they looked at the Western Balkans and they said, well, we don't want to be stuck in the same. And they have a point. So this is I think this is also a discussion that could start in with the next commission. But on the other hand, I don't quite see yet mass opposition to Ukraine integration. I do see rising sectorial opposition, and I do see rising malaise. But for instance, when you look at the farmers, the French farmers are again throwing down Spanish strawberries in the border. So, and the Spanish are doing the same with the Moroccan farmers. So, if you look at public opinion polls, most Europeans remain generally supportive of enlargement to Ukraine at some point. Now, it's not, the picture is not even across the countries, but we're talking about an average of 60%, which is not too bad. But that could change, and that might change in the next. So, what is it that we can do? I think there are things that the governments can do, and it's this sort of pedagogy that, for instance, President Macron is doing on the military side of things. I think this pedagogy is needed on the other example. The Netherlands is a fascinating case in point, because they voted against the association agreement, as you mentioned, but now they're a total go-to also on this. So there's this sort of shift of positions that Manuel mentioned. I think, though. So I mentioned before that, you know, governments need to do pedagogy, and they need to try not to pander to political, you know, to populist interests, which is not easy. I think the Ukrainians, and I speak as, you know, spending most of my time there, I think they're in for a bit of a crash of expectations on their own, because you mentioned very well that they're at war, and they're asked to do all these reforms, and I might be undermining my own in-house now, but I don't think we should try to ask Ukraine to become Denmark in a few years. When you look at the list of reforms that it's required of them, the reforms that make a lot of sense, Mark, like rule of law related for investments, they make a lot of sense. But there are other reforms that my own country will not meet. I mean, so that's a bit unfair, because they are to do things that was not required in previous ways of enlargement. And also there are huge social implications for some of the reforms. The reforms that are pushed by civil society, rule of law, judicial reform are extremely helpful. And this is why overwhelming majority of Ukrainians want to integrate into the EU, because they think their country will become even more democratic and more. But there are social trade-offs, and that's something that is not being discussed in Ukraine. Not talking about these shattered industries in the east, there are also different economic sectors that will be affected. So that's a discussion that they will have even in peacetime. So, and I think this is not great. Then, of course, playing devil's advocate, the thing with Ukraine is that they're just too competitive. I mean, their agricultural sector is not subsidized. And now they're moving, they're adapt very rapidly to war reality, and so that's a bit of a problem for the rest of the EU, because they're too competitive. So yeah, so I don't have great answers, but that will be my
Manuel.
4 quick points. First, I'm not sure I would characterize the process as designed in a way that so as to make sure that it will fail, but I think very much that reform is not a precondition for enlargement, but is quite surely a condition for enlargement to be a success. So, going into your direction, I think there is something that we need to do that has to do with EU reform. And again, I'm speaking generally. I'm not speaking about a very narrow institutional reform. And I agree with what Piotr was saying, which is these do not necessarily require big treaty changes. That's not my point. Second, yes, Ukraine does benefit from some of what membership would bring, But first, they're also doing a lot of reforms at a time of war, which probably is an additional point in case that we probably can do enlargement and reform if Ukraine is able to do war and prepare for enlargement. But also, they don't have the vote. And I suspect from the Ukrainian perspective, having the benefits without the vote is not really having the full benefits. They want to have a say in this conversation. But more generally, we need to change the dynamic of enlargement. It needs to be merit-based, it needs to take no shortcuts, but it also needs to happen more quickly. And we need to front-load the benefits. And that's the whole idea of the discussion about stage accession or gradual accession or all these different ideas. And going more quickly is precisely not just the candidate's responsibility, even though the pace of reform both in Moldova and in Ukraine is quite astounding and needs to be taken into account. But it's also what we can do on our side to help. And so I think part of the answer to Mark is about that. The third thing is one of the things that comes out very strongly from ECFR polling is the pessimism of Europeans. And I'm just astonished when Piotr was talking about the budget. I think one of the issues is what the EU does is so not future shaping oriented. We need to have EU policies that explain why with the EU we are preparing for something better in the future. And there's a lot of, from the transitions where we could do more, and maybe with the elections results it will be complicated to do just what we have foreseen for now. But on education, on investment, on infrastructure, etc. So yes, there is the money issue, but I think that part of what we need to fix is this more future shaping orientation. And my last point to agree with Borja on the need to build on these opinions' favorability. In France, it's very striking that the public was massively reluctant to enlargement, and now they are quite, there's a majority in favor of enlargement, not just of Ukraine and Moldova, but in general. And we need to build on that momentum and consolidate it rather than let it vanish with the time of events and the political campaigns.
Thank you very much. There's one more question that I have that we haven't mentioned, and whoever would like to answer, but it's a what-if question, and since we had the previous debates and President Donald Trump as a possibility in the White House, do you think, because at one of the meetings of Brussels think tanks, I heard an opinion that if it's Donald Trump, the President of the United States, that means, and these bilateral relations between the President and the American administration and EU states, as we heard during the debates in the morning, that would mean postponing any enlargement for time when he's president. So this is my last question. What would a Trump administration mean for enlargement for Ukraine and for its perspective? Is there anyone who would like to finish on our debate with...
You know, my answer is that basically, you know, the U.S. has, when the U.S. has played a positive role in European politics, it has been Europe's unifier, basically, even in this recent conflict, war, we also saw the U.S. administration as basically a unifier or pacifier, even. Of Europe. I mean, it's perhaps a little bit exaggerated to see it that way, but I think this is the case. And now with Trump, we saw it again under the first Trump presidency, that Trump is not a unifier of the European Union, rather in opposite. So I think I'm pessimist in the way that some people say Trump would mobilize Europeans to get together and to. I doubt. I think my worry is that it might be the opposite, and that would inevitably have also consequences for the enlargement policy. But I hope I'm wrong. So Borja has a different opinion.
No, just one point. I mean, I'll rely on whatever Mark has been saying on Trump 2.0. But just one comment. I mean, the U.S. stopped supporting Ukraine in December. Now they've approved an emergency package, but the fact is that the U.S. left the picture in December. The way, for instance, the Ukrainians, I mean, they're still hopeful that the Americans will pass a supplemental, but what I'm trying to say is that the U.S. influence on Ukraine actually has diminished. And the moment they leave the picture entirely, I struggle to see that people think that Trump will be elected and then Zelensky will sue for terms with Russia. I struggle to see that. I know it's not a great scenario for Ukraine, but what I'm trying to say, the Ukrainians I think have shown extensively they're no puppets, and I think. Especially if the U.S. stops supporting Ukraine, as it is now the case, and this becomes policy, their influence diminishes. I'm not saying it's irrelevant. I'm just saying that you count as much as you provide to the table. And so I struggle to say Ukrainians will be bullied over. And for enlargement, I have no clue, but I'll be, it remains to be seen that we will just follow whatever the new president says.
Mm-hmm. Jana,
I have just 2 points. I think, I mean, on what Mark asked, I think basically it depends how you frame the question. But if you see the EU as a path to prosperity, there is a process that you cannot really trick, right? And we can argue whether it should have 35 chapters or 30 and so on. But there are certain things you need to do. So, I mean, given the current political discussions, I don't see that being changed. The question is whether you see the EU membership as a path to prosperity or security. And if you look at the Ukrainians, I think, and if you look at the opinion polls there, they see NATO as path to security. Mm-hmm. So the questions we have about the EU and how we make the process as good and efficient as possible is important. But if you look at, and maybe I'm just guessing, but I think if you're implying that EU membership is a path to security, I think quite a few Ukrainians would disagree. They would see this complementary to their direct path, which is NATO.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you, Jana, Piotr, Borja, Manuel. Thank you very much for joining us today. And I hope you're available over coffee if anyone wants to talk. So thank you. And the next debate is coming in 10 minutes because we finished a bit later. Thank you very much.
regulation and competitiveness. In the spirit of mirroring the twin green and digital transitions, you may have noticed that this session is running in parallel to our session on the European Green Deal. So thank you very much for choosing this discussion. I feel fairly confident that you will not regret your decision. We have an excellent lineup of speakers with us here today to discuss Europe's digital future. We have Tomasz Hendrik Ilves, former President of Estonia, with us. We have Dariusz Standerski, Deputy Minister and Secretary of State in the Polish Ministry of Digital Affairs. We have with us also Marie-Noëlle Jego-Levessier, CEO for Orange in Europe. And last but by no means least, Ewelina Jelenkowska-Luka, Deputy Director for Policy Strategy and Outreach and Head of Communication at DG Connect in the European Commission. Thank you all for joining us here today for this discussion. Now, I think, before we get going with the discussion, as we draw towards the European Parliament elections and and take stock of the last EU institutional cycle, digital policy and regulation undoubtedly stand out as kind of a key feature of the outgoing EU mandate. You may recall that already, upon presenting her College of Commissioners back in November 2019 to the European Parliament, new Commission President Ursula von der Leyen already expressed confidence that Europe would be a digital player and lead the digital age. But to do so, she stressed that Europe would have to master key technologies ranging from AI to quantum, that it would have to develop digital infrastructure, that it would have to protect rights whilst harnessing the power of data, also boost cybersecurity, and last but by no means least, innovate. What followed can probably only be described as a digital regulatory boom. We saw landmark pieces of digital legislation coming out under the last EU mandate, from the Data Act to the Digital Services Act, from the AI Act to the Digital Markets Act. These were passed with the idea of kind of protecting European interests and also shaping the tech landscape. In March, if not all of this, the EU was acting relatively alone in what was quite, what one could quite describe as a kind of regulatory void. And its regulations were felt far beyond its borders as well, with businesses across the world forced to adapt to EU regulation in order to be able to interact with Europe's significant population, but also with its market size. Yet, as we now look towards the next EU institutional cycle, there still remains quite significant challenges ahead, and that's what we're here to discuss today. The EU does continue to lag behind on innovation and competitiveness. Our tech security still is riddled with vulnerabilities. So with a new EU institutional cycle on the horizon, the question is how to prioritise these and what to do about them. That's what we're here to discuss today with our panellists. It's a huge topic. It can go in many different directions. So in a bid to impose some order to the discussion, we're going to look at 3 key areas which will be fundamental for the EU as a digital actor in the future. The first will inevitably be innovation and competitiveness. The second, security, so looking at kind of cybersecurity, also disinformation. And then finally, we're going to turn our eyes to the EU's international projection when it comes to tech. So, without further ado, let's start with competitiveness and innovation. I'd like to first give the floor to President Tomasz Ilves. You presided over Estonia's rapid digitalization, making it one of the most digitally advanced countries in the world under your mandate. Looking now at the kind of state of EU-wide innovation, what do you think is lacking, and where do you think are the areas for improvement?
Well, I think there's a fundamental approach that has been maybe not as useful as it might have been, but the idea that you can innovate through legislating is not really, it doesn't really work, unfortunately. We have seen, as you mentioned, we we also have the CRA coming up, Cyber Resilience Act, all of which are designed toward sort of regulating things, which is, there's no problem with regulation, except that does not create innovation, aside from maybe getting around the regulation. But this idea that we're going to become a leading IT power because we're regulating things is somewhat misguided. And in fact, I would argue that at least some of the legislation is designed toward maintaining non-tariff barriers, or rather creating, taking a protectionist approach. I mean, a base would be, well, we can't be as good as the Americans, so let's keep them out, which seems to be the... So I'm not really that thrilled. I mean, all these, the various acts that you mentioned do have an effect, but it's not making the EU a great innovative place. If you add to that kind of what the Biden administration has done, is that its economic policies are designed in part to take EU companies into the US. I mean, so we're being deprived. So that's the first thing. I would say when we get to, I mean, for me, the real issue is that is security, which especially in the current environment that we're in, it's not simply cybersecurity, it's the security across the board. But while I personally don't think that Russia has the capability to do much damage in the kind of physical world right now. I mean, sort of the idea of like, oh, well, he'll invade. I don't think that's possible. But we have seen all along huge damage done to democratic societies in Europe and elsewhere, with ongoing effects, and with also rather just sort of direct, brutal events. I mean, I mentioned that the minute that the Finnish parliament voted in favor of joining NATO, a massive DDoS attack started against the Finnish parliament. We saw the same thing repeated with Sweden. I mean, we're all under constant attack. Yet when we look at our own regulations, we're still stuck in 20th century competition policy. I mean, here I'm referring to the DMA, where cybersecurity was like dismissed as, oh, that's not really relevant. We need to do competitiveness. You're not going to get, you're not going to legislate your way into competitiveness by keeping out cybersecurity. And so I think that we need overall in the EU a much more serious approach to security in all its respects, hard, soft, medium. But we also need to make sure, or what I would like to see, is that all legislation, like the Green Deal, I mean, like in environmental matters in the EU, is vetted for its effect on the environment, so too its effect on security. And all of the legislation we've seen in the EU in the last, on various aspects of digitization, need to be looked from through the prism of cybersecurity, or of security.
Mm-hmm. No, thank you very much. And I think we're going to want to dig into the issue of security in a bit more detail. But just before I move on, returning to this question of kind of innovation, you say you cannot innovate via regulation. Can you give us a sense then of how you fostered innovation in Estonia if it wasn't through legislation?
Well, I mean, I think there are a number of key factors. I mean, one of them was that kids started learning how to use computers almost 30 years ago. That was just all schools by 1997, 98 had computer labs and were connected. Of those people, when at the end of my term in 2016, I went around visiting startups. I said, well, how'd you get started? And so these people in their late 20s would say, oh, I was a kid in your program. That's where I started. So that helped. I mean, we have 10 unicorns, which is one for every 130,000 people in our little country, but that's a lot. more than any other country. I think Israel is number 2 with like 1 for every 700,000 people. It's from a spirit of innovation, wanting to catch up, all those kind of things. And I guess the other factor, which is not, you can't legislate at all, but it's a cultural factor, which is a serious problem, I think, which has to do with our approach to investment in Europe. In Europe, 80% of investment is from banks, 20% from private equity. In the US, it's the opposite. 80% is private equity, 20% is banks. So but when you have 80% of investment comes from banks, 1975, say, this Steve Jobs, who has said he doesn't believe in bathing, and his long hair, and he walks into Deutsche Bank and says, I have this idea, my friend Steve Woz over there and I are building a PC, it's a personal computer, and we're doing it in our garage. I mean, he would be thrown out within like 15 seconds, right? Like, get out of here. Whereas, you know, in Palo Alto, he goes to Sand Hill Road and says, I'm doing this. And they go, oh, here's a couple of million, right? That is not legislatable. That is a cultural attitude towards investment that we need to change. We need much more private equity. Much more, I mean, we need private equity and investors looking seriously at technology. The last thing I would say that where I think I see huge potential right now is in defense technology, because that's one area where it doesn't matter how many 155 millimeter shells you can build. Poland is buying, 850 tanks from South Korea. Well, I mean, more tanks than all the rest of Europe combined. But when it comes to defense tech, and the future is going to be technological, we see that in the drones that the Ukrainians are using with such great effect, all these other aspects of defense technology. That's where we should be focusing, and that's where investors should be looking at Poland, my country, other countries that are doing this.
Brilliant, thank you very much. I think then I might turn to the Minister now to kind of tell us how this resonates with you. You know, you're approaching your first 100 days in government. You know, what are you thinking in terms of Poland's innovation policy, and how do the comments of President Ilves resonate with you?
Well, I agree with Mr. President that even a good regulation will not put us on the moon. However, I am more optimistic because I believe in institutions. As I follow the institutional school of economics, so as Douglas North or Doroczna Acemoglu, I think that if we have good institutions, it's easier to take part in the next wave of innovation. And in institutions, I mean not regulation themselves, but how we implement those regulations and how we build our behaviors and our processes based on that regulation. And that's why I believe that those gathering of all EU regulations right now that we have, like DSA, DMA, AI Act, Data Governance Act, Data Act, probably the new GDPR, and so on and so on. I believe that the next European Commission and as well as, for example, Polish presidency will have slightly different priorities, because we must face that our regulatory system is well built, that on this system we can start to focus on the investment, like for example in the artificial intelligence. That's why we propose to build the European Artificial Intelligence Fund to speed up the implementation of AI technologies, and not only in those big tech as countries like France or Germany have built it during their national-wide funds, but to build also different sectors. And in terms of Poland, when we can find some economic superpowers that Polish have, we certainly have superpowers in more than 2 million our entrepreneurs and our small and medium enterprises. And for me, when we will prepare to build our own national fund of artificial intelligence, we'll focus on those small and medium enterprises to implement as much as possible of this technology to speed up the growth of productivity, to broaden their markets, and to make a connection between Polish universities and Polish business, because what we are, in which category we are good and we are one of the best in the world, is our competences. We have one of the best specialists in ICT. We have great students at our high schools. They are 12 in the world in mathematics. But suddenly there is a lot to do with innovation after those students graduate from high schools, after they graduated from the universities. Unfortunately, they are still going out from Poland to innovate in the other countries. So there is a lot work to do here, and that's why I believe that the next Commission and our ministry will have this postulate to focus not on new regulations, but how to make institutions from those regulations and how to build new innovation financing on those regulations, on those institutions. And as also lecturer of, for example, economic history at our Warsaw University, I'm also aware that there is no infinite wave of innovation. There's always different ways. We have first Industrial Revolution, where liberal style were going much faster than the other systems. And we have second Industrial Revolution, where systems which were more focused on regulation, more on building institution, were growing faster than the previous ones. So I believe that there is still waves of innovation before us, and that those institutions that we have built in the European Union, they will be fruitful in the future. However, there is one condition to do that: that after those institutions will have strong financing and strong impact from the public administrations, because I cannot agree that we must observe and follow the American example. European institutions always have been different than the American one. So we need to go our path and not lost all those regulations we had. We need to use it, and I believe that it's still the opportunity for us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Minister. And turning now to Ms. Jego-Levesia, how does this sound from the perspective of a European telecoms giant? You know, how does the regulation we've seen coming out of the Commission over the last few years impact competitiveness from your perspective?
So this is a discussion that we have for hours. I am smiling because we've been discussing the topic in many places in Brussels. I think that the world is changing, and the digital is changing a lot of things. It is evolving very fast. And then the network is starting to be now fully automated, is starting to be software driven, is full of AI. So we are not talking about a network that we were discussing before. And we are now more tech companies than telco companies. So I think this is very important to see that our competences, our competitors, our markets, I think, are changing a lot. The business model is also changing, and we will see for 5G that even network is becoming open. It was seen as an infrastructure, now it's an open software. So I think it is really changing, I think, the landscape for rules. It requires a huge investment, and if we look at the European Commission, the digital decade ambition, it has been evaluated to 200 billion euros. We don't know exactly, but it is huge, and this is this order of magnitude. And if we compare to Poland, over the last 8 years, we already invested 3 billion euro in Poland for infrastructures, 14 billion zlotys, if I'm right. So it's huge, and then one operator in one country. So we need really to invest deeply if we want to have a future. That's definitely what we want to have in Poland, and to grow and to innovate and to be able to serve our customers B2C, B2B. So it's very important if we want to be there to do the coverage, to have the right services, to be resilient. And we will talk about cybersecurity, but even for climate change and for many things, our networks is becoming so important in our all day-to-day life. Then when there is an issue, it's kind of a disaster. So we need to make sure also that we invest on resiliencies and all this capability. So it requires for us to transform a lot the landscape in which we work, so that we can have visibility, sustainability in order to be able to invest that money, and that we need to set a new scene, maybe together with partners, vendors, regulators. And I do think that we need to create that new landscape for competitiveness and innovation. If we just deep dive on the telco, if you look around, investors, they do not promote a lot telcos. Telco in Europe, even worse. So we are not in the best position. It's at least 10 years now, because they basically look at the return on investment, visibility, capability to create value. So it's not just coming from nowhere. We need in Europe to have champions. And that's very important for me, to have champions that can drive and to have an ecosystem. It's true for our vendors, for example. We need to make sure that, especially because this software, I should say, way of building, way of running the infrastructure is coming. We see that the big software companies are not in Europe. So we need to make sure that we build, tech software champions and unrelated ecosystem. And that scale is absolutely necessary, because in front of us, we do have giants, so we need to be champions. And I think that together we need to build that regulation. So there's many things that we need to do, be a little more homogenized around countries. That's true for spectrum, that's true for many competition rules, because in front on us we have giants, and us, if we want to compete, we need to scale. We need to make sure that we can be able to deliver something similar, that we can fight with the same rules. So that's something that we need to work all together. We're not saying that we don't want regulation. I think that we want less regulation, maybe ex post regulation, because we need to be agile, as the other can try to be. And we need also to have kind of a same service, same rules. We have been regulated a lot for voice, for example, but now there's many ways to give a call, to be honest. And depending on the way you do it, then you can be regulated or not. And for the customers, does not mind whether you use data or you use analogic or blah blah blah. But this is not the same rule. This is not the same cost for us. So it's very difficult for us to, to be competitive. We talk about competitiveness, to be competitive in front of people that are not, following the same rules, that are not following the same regulation. So it's moving forward, and we really welcome the white paper of connectivity, and I think that we still need to do more. There is a very, very interesting diagnosis of the situation, and I think that we share it. But it excludes a range of ideas and opportunities and scenarios that, of course, we will be working on with you. But for us, it's not enough. And as you said, the four big telcos in Europe took the floor in Barcelona in the Mobile World Congress, and asking for a new deal or whatever. And I think that it's very important. The first thing is that we need to scale. That's the first pillar. And scale is consolidation in a way. In Europe, the average number of customers for a telco is 5 million, if you divided the number of customers by the number of telco. In China, it's 440 million. In the US, it's 110 million. And so there is a scale topic somehow. And we need also to make sure that we can fight against, these people by having a kind of same rules, whether you are a European company or whether you are, outside of Europe company, and this is not always the case. We need to adapt the regulation. The regulation basically has been made for copper in monopoly in one single country. So it's a little bit caricatural, but now, we are coming to decommission, the decommissioning of copper. So we have fiber in a highly competitive market. So the landscape, by definition, has changed. So we need to make sure that we follow the path. We need to work on spectrum. Spectrum should be a way to innovate, should be a way to improve coverage. So spectrum is kind of a network investment for the country and for us. So we really need to make sure that there is kind of harmonization. I'm not, saying that we should do more spectrum up to now. We're just out of many auctions. But the more we can be a little bit homogenized, it's important. If I want to be very concrete, when you want to work and to install big system, to work with the vendors, you make a discussion. But if you're obliged to say that I am in 7 countries, I don't know when my auction will will occur. I don't know exactly what will be the condition. But please, can you give me a global offer? Does not work. So we need to make sure that we can scale, and that we need to talk to them, a pair with big players in the States or elsewhere. We need to ensure fairness. We talk about it, and that's very important. And that's true for regulation. That's true for also others. We talk about, who is going to contribute to this huge investment that we have to do in the network. And I think that telco, of course, but not only, and all of us and the big players should also contribute. And we're talking about the other panel, I think, on the taxonomy and the green also. We need to make sure that, and it's maybe a little easier because it's more greenfield topic, that we can also benefit from all that we bring on the topic. We are part of the problem as telcos. We may be part of the solution, but we need to make sure that compared with others, we also benefit from at least the same playing ground.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I'd like then to perhaps have a reaction from Ms. Zielonowska, Luca here, because you're receiving quite a bit of feedback on the Commission's regulatory efforts. You were hearing calls for perhaps less regulation, more agile regulation. Would you agree with this idea that regulation so far is inhibiting our competitiveness?
I would definitely agree that regulation is not what will bring as such innovation. It's certainly not enough, and I think that we all agree that it's not enough. I would also agree, and I think that we all agree, that digital is a reality where nobody can go it alone, which is why Europe needs to find strength in, well, here the scaling up, the investment, the skills. I mean, everything was mentioned. What actually is in this digital decade's strategy. Saying that it's just regulation is very limitative because we have, so that Europe has identified 4 pillars where we not only need to regulate, but we also need to change the culture. We need to have more investment. These 4 pillars are certainly infrastructures. This is where we need to invest. We need business to take up technology, so we need to create conditions through regulation, but not only through regulation, to help businesses take up innovation and technologies and be, and there are examples, for example, we have digital innovation hubs that we are financing to help small and medium enterprises to innovate. One of the objectives of the strategy is indeed to double the number of unicorns. This is what, you know, to let the brilliant companies scale up. Then you have the whole pillar of skills, indeed, where it is not about regulation. It is about something completely different. It is about changing the culture. It is about, you know, and then there is the whole part of e-government, so the public services, the public sector. All this is already, I mean, you need to have a comprehensive approach, and it has to be a coordinated approach with the member states. So it's not Europe and member states separately. We need to find a way to do it together, which is why we have set targets. We have an ambition to be the best continent to live in by 2030. And as, you know, ambitious as it seems, we are getting there through regulation, but not only. Creating legal certainty is extremely important, especially in a market which is not a US market that is just one market. You have 27 member states, which is why, you know, if you want to scale up, you have to have the same regulation for everyone. Now, you can also innovate the regulation itself. We have seen it. I can give you 2 examples, maybe concrete examples, to say it's not only about regulation, it's much bigger than that, and it's a bigger strategy. Back in 2019, Europe was absent from top 10 supercomputers. You say, why it's important? Well, it's important because we live in a world of data. Whoever can make the best of data, and we still have a big potential to make better, especially from industrial data, will be ruling the world. So we need supercalculation to be able to make the best of data. Now, today, Europe has got 3 in top 10. And one of the 3 computers is actually green, which seemed like an impossible thing, but it is green, so linking to the parallel panel. That's a very concrete thing, and actually Europe is the first continent in the world that has procured this kind of infrastructure, public infrastructure, for researchers, for small and medium companies, and gives access. So that's a very concrete thing. Another thing on being more innovative on regulation. It's very difficult to regulate tech, let's be honest, because you never know what's behind the corner, and if anyone tells you, I know what will happen, they don't know what they're talking about. Giving you an example of AI Act that was mentioned here a couple of times, which, by the way, was voted 2 days ago. So we are the first continent in the world which has regulation of AI. When we started, when the president, who was still a candidate at the time, promised that she would regulate AI, there were a lot of voices that were saying, this is not what we need. You know, you will kill innovation. Now, that was a challenge. How do you regulate something you don't know where it goes? And here comes innovation in regulation, if I may say so, because what was the solution found, and of course, I mean, we will see it in the implementation, how good of a solution it was, but we already saw it now. The solution was AI Act, first of all, regulates only certain and very small part of AI. the one that can be risky, the one that has impact on our fundamental rights, on health, on life, that's the part that is regulated. But it's not AI, it's not the technology that is regulated, but the use of the technology. That's quite an innovative approach. Why? Well, when we presented the draft regulation, the LLMs, the ChatGPT, it was not a phenomenon yet. So you would think, and it has come, you know, strongly and changed the perception and changed all the conversations around. And still the draft was fit for purpose. Why? Precisely because we regulate the use and not the technology itself. So I think that if you regulate smartly, it is necessary to create conditions for investment, create legal certainty for businesses, but also last but not least, and please allow me to, I know that we are very economically focused here, but Europe is the only place in the world where people are put in the center. And every regulation that you look at in these, yes, the boom years of the last 5 years, we call it the digital decade because everything is happening fast and basically either we get it right now or, you know, or we are late. So we have these 10 years that we judged, you know, till 2030 to get it right. We are trying, we hope we are getting it right. And humans, so you will see we even have a political declaration on digital principles that we want to see whatever happens in terms of technical developments, technological developments, there are certain rules and certain principles that will always be in the center in Europe, where we as consumers, but also we as citizens can be sure that we will have the choice, that it will be sustainable, that we will have we are very sensitive about inclusion. I think nobody else in the world is as sensitive as we are. And all these values you will find in the regulation that has been put in place. Now, I agree with the minister, a lot lies in how we will implement it. You know, now is the time, it's the truth time. It's, you know, we will see if what we have put in place will help Europe. We strongly believe that it will.
Thank you. President Ilves, please.
I would say that we should move away from the discussion on regulation, because regulation is telling you what you should not do. What is it that we should do? In my country, you can do, the only thing you cannot do online is get divorced. And we're changing that soon. So.
Why?
Well, that means you have to show up. Well, if both sides say they agree, then why should you show up? It's not pleasant, I can tell you from experience. Now, okay, we were the first country to have digital prescriptions in 2007, which meant you could go anywhere in the country and get your prescription online by IDing yourself digitally. In 2012, I went to the president of Finland and I said, well, look, you're using the same platform that we invented, but you're using our platform. Why don't we make it interoperable? It took 8 years to get there. Now there are 9 countries in Europe that actually have interoperable digital prescriptions. So that means if I go to Portugal, I get sick, I can take out the medicine that is in my file in Estonia, and the pharmacist will say, okay, and then I get it. This is almost 25 years after we did it, or 20 years rather after we did it in Estonia. Why don't we have this in Europe?
We have it now, since last week. We have voted e-wallet and...
It doesn't work yet. It does not work. My point...
That's the implementation part.
No, I mean, that's... I won't say the word, but anyway, look, it has not been proactive. The next step that we could do now, and all of the technology has existed since 2000, probably more. If I come from Estonia and go to Greece and I get sick, my medical records are in Estonian in Estonian. now, in Estonia, I can just access them, or my doctor can access them. But I want to get to the point where if I go to Greece and I get sick there, I will authorize the Greek doctor to look at my medical records. He will get them, and it will all already be translated into Greek. None of that, none of what I described is new. It's all old tech. It doesn't happen yet. In the United States already, bad United States, you can get your digital prescription anywhere in the US, even though all these things are regulated on a state basis. My argument is that we spend our time trying to figure out how to regulate things and too little time to actually do active, proactive, innovative things that are in the competence of the European Union. These are things that the EU should be pushing, not thinking about, oh, let's do the DMA to keep out those GAFA countries, and so we'll dispense with security. We'll just do things to screw the Americans. I mean, I have nothing, I mean, despite my accent, I don't mind, regulating American companies, but the impetus is that, not what innovative thing can we do in Europe that no one else can do? And it's not happening. It doesn't exist yet. And why doesn't it exist? Because we are thinking too much about how we're going to regulate this, how we're going to regulate that, instead of what new thing can we come up with? I want to see a Schengen of digital services. I mean, something, the Single Market Act 30 years ago was really innovative and a brilliant idea. Why don't we have a digital Single Market Act? We don't have it. We've been talking about it since 2015. We don't have it. Where is it? No, we're just looking at how to go and regulate things so other people can't do stuff here. And that is a failure of the imagination of the European Union, the European Commission, and that's the wrong approach, I would say.
I can see you feeling is itching to come in, so please.
I really respectfully disagree. I mean, first of all, how do you implement innovation without regulation? You have 27 member states that you don't have precisely because there was no regulation. Now we have it in place and we will see it happening. We have e-wallet. Tonight at 1, actually, we reached an agreement on digital data spaces, which is precisely what you're talking about. The two combined will give you what you want, but you cannot get it without a regulation. The difference in the United States is that it's one state. Here we are in 27 member states. And, there is no other way than to have an agreement on legal terms to be able to implement it.
That's true, but it should have been done 10 years ago. ADAS only came into effect in 2017, and it's only a voluntary thing. ADAS, you cannot do digitization of services without secure IDs, mandatory for everybody. And in 2017, it just says, well, every government should issue an ID, a digital ID, if people want it. We are way behind.
We may be, but there is no other way. So this commission has been actually very quick, and you cannot criticize the commission to be too much regulating and then say that, well, now it's not enough because you're too late. It's either or.
Yes, I can. I can do it very easily. I can say you're regulating in order to prevent competition. You're not regulating to allow innovation. That's the difference. One is keeping out GAFA. The other one is let's make things work in Europe.
But that's also
DMA is
not keeping out GAFA. It's not about keeping
It is, but anyway, the point is that, no, I'll give you an example. Side loading, which is a huge security risk, was dismissed as, any security threats were dismissed because because competition was more important than security. That was ridiculous. CRA is looking at, we're going to start reporting cyber attack, or rather vulnerabilities or zero-day vulnerabilities, and it's left to ENISA that has 19 people, and we have like 300 million attacks a day. I mean, that is not adequate. If you want to do cybersecurity, you're going to have a huge bureaucracy we absolutely need to deal with cybersecurity. But we're not dealing with it. We're not in the digital era. We're not thinking about the level of cyber security that we need, with the amount of money that we need. I'm saying that it's a failure of the imagination.
Let me just interject here then to kind of take up this point on security. I'd like to bring in the Minister again to the discussion because, I mean, Poland, like many countries, is no stranger to receiving cyber attacks. Some Russian-originated cyber attacks, also being the victim of Russian-led disinformation. Do you agree that you see EU regulation opening the door to such attacks, or do you not share this vision that President Ilves is sharing?
I didn't say regulation openings attack.
Leaving us vulnerable to,
right.
Making Western democracies kind of vulnerable to cyber attacks and security infringements. Would that be correct?
I'm saying taking 20th century EU policy ranking higher than 21st century threats.
Okay.
First of all, what we can agree on in this discussion, I believe, is that we need to deepen European integration to spread innovations from countries such Estonia to all more than 400 million citizens of the European Union. And it's not that easy when we are not fully integrated and when our treaties are not allowing European Commission and other European institutions to act quickly or as quickly as many people want them to do it. So that's the first general conclusion from this first part of the discussion, I believe. And in terms of cybersecurity, from our Polish experience, we see that we need to cooperate to build our cybersecurity system. And in Poland, there is a strong and fruitful cooperation between civil and military services. And I'm really glad that our cybersecurity centers, both civil from government and from our military forces, are cooperating because it strengthens our cybersecurity system. And I believe that even now and in the future, for sure, the cybersecurity system will be as strong as the weakest part of it. And that's why we want to involve in the funding cybersecurity system, cybersecurity infrastructure and strategies. First to our local governments. That's why we run as a ministry the new project of cyber secure local government because cyber attacks are not only in the large companies, not only in the governmental sides, but they are also pointed to our local government's website, our local data sets and small companies. And that's why the first step needs to be strengthen our counties, our voivodeships, to fund their not only infrastructure, but to fund their human capital. Because as we can find in Warsaw great ICT specialists to hire them in our governmental agencies, it's not as simple 100 kilometers from Warsaw. It's not as simple in Oborniki country when I was born. And we need to find a solution to build the network in every of our more than 2,000 counties and cities and towns. That's the first. And second, to build such networks in all our companies. That's why we are starting a discussion about a cybersecurity agency, which will not only coordinate all actions by the government, but it will also certificate companies, will give certificates to companies, will train local governments, officials on lower level of our administration, and also entrepreneurs, not those largest on Warsaw Stock Exchange, but also in our countries, because we see that threats are going to grow, and we see that it's not only about direct cyber attacks, but it's also about disinformation and information zone forces. And I remember when Poland and other countries signed letters to big platforms after the beginning of war in Ukraine. And that's great that some platforms cooperated to diminish disinformation at the beginning of the war. But to go back to regulations, today we have DSA. And because of that regulation, not only those big tech companies who agreed to follow the cooperation to diminish disinformation will be doing that, but possible new online platforms, new big tech companies will also be forced to comply with disinformation on the lower level. And that's why this regulation, I believe, when we implement it carefully and precisely, as we want to do it in Poland. Today we started public consultations. I invite you all to part in, and that's the first, to make the proper regulations. Second, to build such network, because resilience is not only in Warsaw in the Ministry of Digital Affairs. The resilience needs to be built in, first, all ministries, second, all public administration, and third, all companies and local governments across the country.
Fantastic, thank you. From the perspective of Orange then, how are you assessing the current state of our security and our digital infrastructure in Europe?
This cybersecurity topic is absolutely crucial. It's bigger and bigger, and as you said, there is two aspects. There is more the cybersecurity by itself and all the attack that we can have, and there is more this either fake news manipulation, all that the technology is, enabling also people to do. When there is also a positive and a negative effect. But if we come back on the first one, the risk is bigger and bigger, and we saw with the war in Ukraine, with the Israelo-Palestinian conflict, with the starting for the Olympic Games in Paris. This is the game is to test whether it's working or it's not working. So it's thousands of attacks, which is not bringing a lot of value, to be honest, to the economy and whatever, but it does exist. And I don't think that it has a lot to do with regulation. And this is something that we need to fight against together. For doing that, we need to be also big, we need to scale, and we come back to the first question. I don't think that 150 operators in Europe can be state-of-the-art in cybersecurity. And as we all collected, there is an issue. I think we come back in this world, we need to have big platforms. We need to be able to fight or to work or to compete or to co-innovate, whatever the people you have in front of you. But I think that once again, we need to scale, and this is very important. However, we are collaborating very well in between states in between big companies and in private and public sector, and I really thanks everyone, and that's obviously the case in Poland and in other countries and in between countries, and this is really something which shake a little bit the barriers, and I think it's a very, very good point. The European Union is really pushing for some regulation, and I think it is, it might help us on cloud. It's coming soon, and I think that it might be able to help us. I think that we need to make our own ecosystem once again. When it comes for cyber rating activities, for example, we are highly depending on the US. I think we should be able to have our own ecosystem criteria, whatever. It will not be perfect, but not being always depending on others, because it has so many consequences that we need to build something for our own. And I'm sure that there is one topic that we need to do is awareness, training, making sure this is a topic for regulation, for states, for big company, but this is a question for all of us. Most of our big attacks are coming by a login mode pass, or so we can spend billions on having very complicated system and very sophisticated system. I think we need to really understand, be protected, and protect the others, and we need to build something together in order to that people understand that what is going on the web, that you learn about driving, but you never learn about having a digital life, and I think that we need to do something together.
Brilliant, thank you. I'm sure you're going to want to come in on the cybersecurity point, but I'm also keen to hear your views on disinformation in terms of, I mean, we're heading into one of the biggest electoral years in history. How can Europe protect itself?
Well, there are always the elements of regulation, infrastructure, and skills. I think these three play a role both in cybersecurity and in security in general. In cybersecurity, it took time for the member states to understand that we are all a network, and that, as the minister was saying, the network is only as strong as the weakest part of it. So we have new regulation. We have to start somewhere, which is not enough but necessary. We actually have, since Tuesday this week, the Cyber Solidarity Act. So everything has happened in the last months, I would say. We have put in place a system that we hope will help us to be better and to be more self-reliant. But a human error is very, very often the factor. So infrastructure, yes, but we also have a cybersecurity academy. The president mentioned that ENISA has not enough people. We all agree. We need many more specialists, and this is where we need to. But it starts with us, small things, and it's not only for cybersecurity, but also for disinformation. What do we do for disinformation? Well, it is true that it's the biggest electoral year. I think that it's around half of the planet that will vote, which is a historical year. So there are, until recently, until we didn't have DSA that the minister mentioned, we had a code of practice where on voluntary basis, the platforms which are today realistically, the biggest platforms or the biggest multipliers of information, but also of disinformation. They have committed voluntarily. It was quite a good work on which we will now build. There is an article in the Digital Services Act which is regulating the platforms, Article 35, whereby a commission can issue guidelines, and we have just closed the consultation last week, based to great extent on the experience that we have with the code of practice, which we would like to transform and issue for the election. But of course, it can only help. The platforms have an important role to play, but we as users also have a very important role to play. There are simple ways, relatively simple ways, to protect ourselves from disinformation, to check the source, to, you know, we will probably make a little campaign to sensitize people, you know, how to recognize. We have with AI now, we have more and more increasingly problem of deep fakes. You know, so this is also part of fight of with disinformation is also an AI Act, which obliges, you know, for watermarking and marking clearly that this is an AI-generated content. And it's on deep fakes, but it's also on simply AI-generated content. So there is, the topic is of course very broad, but it always brings us to, I think, culture and skills. So regulation, yes. Investment, yes. But we also need to be educated, and there is never enough to be secure. So it's not only about cybersecurity.
Fantastic, thank you. And I think, you know, I'd like to move on now kind of to more the kind of EU's international projection, because I think a lot of this will also hinge on the EU's capacity to cooperate with other countries when it comes to governing these technologies as well. Until now, we've seen quite an emphasis on this idea of the Brussels effect, whereby, you know, countries, as I said earlier, if they want to interact with our market, will co-opt or at least adapt to our legislation. Do you think that we can continue believing in the Brussels effect in the current kind of geopolitical environment? Or is the Commission moving more towards kind of proactive outreach with partners on some of these topics that we've been talking about?
We do both. So first of all, it's, well, we have been focusing on EU internally, but especially in this mandate, there was also a big focus on and consciousness of the fact that we don't live in a vacuum, and that especially in digital issues, it's a human challenge we are facing. You mentioned Brussels effect. It's something that was coined with GDPR. That was the first regulation that basically was, well, first of all, the companies that come to Europe are welcome to come, but they need to abide by our rules. That's the rule, and that was for GDPR, which has sort of forced them to you know, adapt certain rules that then spilled over to wherever they were. We see it here. I mean, a very simple example, funny example maybe, of a unique charger. You know, now very soon we will see that big companies will change their ways, because in Europe you will need to have one charger, and probably they will stop producing different chargers elsewhere too. So that's the effect, you say, you know, the sort of factual effect. But we of course work with like-minded countries and democracies, because as said, digital for Europe is very much about values, and we want to promote these values through the regulation that we make and inspire others to take these regulations, and not necessarily regulations, but maybe solutions. And there are two, well, the already mentioned Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act is something that Europe is looked very much at, and that, you know, very probable that it will follow. I mean, the US themselves are quite, we have an office now in San Francisco, and we get feedback from our colleagues that actually it has been received very well. The same goes for AI. AI is something that has been already, well, it is discussed in different fora, G7, OECD, you know, in parallel tracks. But, you know, the idea of having a global governance and of having, in particular, certain red lines for AI development globally is gaining, you know, track. And Europe, being the first one who has regulated, is in the forefront of those conversations. So yes, we hope that we can, it's not so much about exporting regulation itself, but exporting the idea of values-based regulation in digital. So to remain, the more digital world becomes, the more it's automatized, the more there is artificial intelligence, the more we want humans to remain in control and to remain, you know, safe and with the values that we have been working on offline for many years, and we don't want to lose them now that we increasingly pass online. So yes, we are working on that. Last but not least, because maybe this is also an important thing we have seen on not being naive and not being, we must also ensure that we have capacities. We have seen, for example, we are now, there is a regulation, yes, and we are also investing in microelectronics. We have seen under COVID that that can be an issue. We are, of course, dependent very much on others. So we are, on one hand, boosting our own capacity internally, and that requires also some, you know, rethinking of how we think even of the competition. On the other hand, we are ensuring partnerships with those who are, well, the democracies that share our values, to be able to also, you know, safely procure the missing parts. So I think it's really a very coordinated and well, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I think President Ilves wants to come in.
Okay, just a couple of things. First of all, I have nothing against regulation. I just want the other stuff. And here, I don't think we have anything really to teach people. So, I mean, out of that conviction, I've started and taught at the university in Estonia now is offering the only degree in the world in digital. It's an MDA, not a DMA, MDA, a Master's in Digital Administration on how to digitize public services. And it's meant for Africa, Latin America, and the Federal Republic of Germany, which is the least digitized country in Europe today. That was a joke, but the point is that we can be out there teaching the world how to digitize right, not by saying, if you want to get into our market, you have to do this. Well, you can do that too, but the point is, if you want to instill values in countries that really do want to digitize, then you show them how to do it in a way that respects fundamental rights and freedoms, which we have built into our system in Estonia since 2000, because that was our biggest concern as a country that came out of totalitarian regime. Fundamental was actually respecting fundamental rights and freedoms. And so the whole architecture that we have is based on, I mean, is security based, so that you cannot get from one into the other, that if you penetrate the system, you can access everybody's records. It was built in from the beginning, and it's turned out to work rather well. The point is that, I guess my point is that what bothers me is that we keep looking at regulation as the way to do things, and that's fine. Things need to be regulated. I have no objection, and that is the fundamental, that's the basis of how we got ahead. What is missing is a vision of where we should be going. It is a small-minded, kleinbürgerlich, shopkeeper mentality of we will regulate this and then everything will be fine. There is no vision. No vision at all of where Europe should be going on digitization, and digitization is what will happen in the 21st century. China has a vision. I really don't like that vision. There is, not a vision, but an approach in the US which is completely laissez-faire, and see what happens. If you're going to be regulatory, you also need to know where you're going. And I don't see that coming out of the EU right now, of where we should be going. We don't see people talking about, let's have a Schengen of digital services. That's not there. It's a small mentality, and that's what irks me so much, is that it's a matter of saying, well, we'll pass another law that doesn't allow that to happen. That's fine, but where is the vision of where we're going?
Thank you. Would the Minister, Ms. Jegolelesia, like to come in on this? Otherwise, we only have 5 minutes left, so I might open up to questions from the audience.
Just one sentence, if I may. I partly agree with Mr. President about our current situation, but I'm much more optimistic because I see that there is a future ahead, and that's why I believe that the next European Commission and among others Polish presidency will envision this future, that we have a strong base of regulation. So what next? And what next about financing? What next about the end point of this journey? And that's why I'm really keen to see the new Commission, and I cannot even wait for a Polish presidency at the beginning of 2025 when we start to build it, and that, like we started in Poland to write the new digital strategy and to write the new AI strategy, to fill those regulations with the directions we need.
Fantastic, thank you.
Very, very quickly, I would like to be very optimistic, but you know, if we want to share, we need to build that platform. We need to have the capability to invest. And today, if you look at, you know, the telco and the digital side, we see much more, you know, investors coming from elsewhere, investing in all the country, that us trying to invest also elsewhere. So, because just, you know, we don't have that capability to do so. It's because we are not willing to do so. Even if in Orange we are in 18 countries in Africa, so we benefit from, you know, this capability of sharing things. But so that for me, there's a couple of things that we need to do. We need to have some very few, because, you know, the resources are not unlimited, open platform. I think Open RAN is a very good initiative, and this is absolutely key in order to make sure that we are working all together, delivering interfaces to many service providers. They can come from everywhere, but I think that we as a, you know, Europe partners, states and European Commission and you know, private sectors, we need to make that bet on some platforms and make it happen. And it's part of a vision. It's not a vision yet, but and then we should all work on the same direction. I think that normalization is key. It's not exactly the same, but it enables a lot to work together. And it's key that we keep, you know, playing a role in normalization. Otherwise, you know, the one coming from China or the one coming from the US will even de facto be the one that, you know, the big I don't know, the big fruit did some de facto normalization because we were not able to fight again. So we have very good experts in Poland, in Germany, in France, in many countries in the EU, and I think that we need to design the world that we want, and I think there is some places where we and I know that Europe is doing it, we are doing it as private sector, even if it's not fully direct, but it's so important that we draw a picture, a big picture, and then we go in. So I think that there's many things that we need to do. We need to have the capability to do so. If we're too weak, it will not be possible. This is why we fight, and we need to pick up this kind of platform that will enable us everywhere to come. But let's be strong in Europe. Maybe that's the first step. Beyond, you know, if you're strong, you can try to also to have people on board. If you're weak, it's difficult.
Fantastic, thank you. I think we have time for one question, perhaps. Please.
My question is going to be very quick, and I think it's quite obvious. I mean, what is that vision? You talk about the need for the vision. What is that vision? And if I could supplement that with maybe this will help. I think basically you all agree that there is a common goal here. You disagree about how to get there, but the common goal is quite obvious. But could you define that common goal? Thank you.
So a quick question, but possibly long answers. Would you like to come in first, please?
Yes, so we have a, you can call it a vision or not a vision. We have put in place a digital strategy for the next decade with very concrete objectives. It has been agreed with member states, it has the 4 pillars that I mentioned, and it has very concrete benchmarks where we want to get. So you have, you know, numbers where we want to be with ICT, with basic skills, digital skills. We want people to, you know, 80% of Europeans to have basic digital skills. We have objectives in terms of, again, numbers for connectivity, for 5G, for taking up technology. That's the vision. You can say maybe it's not a vision, maybe it's a vision. It's where we want to be, where we believe we need to invest collectively to reach those levels in 2030. These are the 4 pillars. The regulation is part of it, the investment is part of it, and well, I don't know if that's the vision. Well, the vision is to be the most human-centric, digitalized continent in the world. And that's how we want to get there.
Thank you. Would you like to come in, Minister?
For me, it's to find the European way, the European path of making advantages. And what's the vision for me? I would imagine that if you were talking with other global leaders and if they tell about 10, 50, 100 unicorns, we could say that fantastic that you have 100 unicorns. We have 10 million entrepreneurs who fully implemented AI in their production. We shortened our supply chains and we made our European market of more than 400 million consumers all open to digital services, and those are our advantages for the 21st century. And for me, the vision is to how use our advantages to see the European way of digitalization as we found our European way of social state, welfare state, to get everyone on board the same way with digital development, to get as much entrepreneurs, as much people on the board of it, and that's how we can build our competitiveness and our stocks to be one of the leaders further in the 21st century.
Thank you. President Illes.
Well, I'd say 2. I mean, the first one is that all public services you can do all public services online anywhere in Europe, which means that Europe then becomes fully integrated at the citizen level. And then to take it beyond that, I would say that especially using AI, to move it further to that all governance becomes a service for people rather than something which is imposed, but rather that the government is there to provide you with services. You're paying taxes, you're paying for it, you might as well get something for it. So first, all public services available anywhere in the EU, and I mean all public services. Maybe not getting divorced, but okay, that's the only one, I would say. And secondly, that in fact, all those governance functions as a way to serve people, rather than you have to sort of figure out how you can meet what the government requires.
Brilliant, thank you very much. Michel Levestier.
Yeah, not an easy question. I share your vision. I think that, we should, and there is strong willingness to do so, build it together with strong players, European strong players, and maybe with a balance between this industrial vision, consumer vision, and green one, because I think it is important. And our vision is, and we said to give, to be the trusted partner and to give the key for a secure digital world to for our customers, citizens, you know, and this is not an easy way, and I think it has to be a balance between a fully digital European space with big platforms, whatever, and a mix of deep proximity, because it has to be both, otherwise it's kind of a frightening world. And we choose our new motto, which is Orange est là. But because I think we need to do both. We need to be able to be powerful and build big platforms, and we need also to be in proximity, because this world has to be, you know, very nice to live in.
And on that note, I think we can wrap up. We're just slightly over time. Massive thank you to our panelists for this discussion and to everyone for tuning in. Thank you very much.
Thank you.